Chapter 601. We don't have time. We can't go. Udon fell hurt. Clapping his hands, he lowered his head and said, "It seems that you two have to go." The two showed up in the air. "Boss, what's up?" "The Starlight Mountains. It's the same thing. Sun, moon, and star are there, aren't they?" The two didn't understand. "Ah, you two should go and check it out. Make sure nothing goes wrong." The two were more and more confused. "That's it for this round, isn't it? Sun, moon, and star are there. They should be able to deal with everything. Why can't they make sure nothing goes wrong? If there's something that even the three of them can't handle, we won't be able to do anything. Why don't you understand? The most important thing now is attitude. Do you understand?" Udon sighed and squinted at them. "How about you two stay here and defend against the flood and the raging fire? Do you want me to go there personally?" The two were scared. "Take a rest. We'll go there. Over here, we can't stop the big shots of the Umno Alliance. Not to mention the flood and the raging fire. We can't even deal with the ice-deep Dan." "Humph." Udon squinted at them and then collapsed. "That round is secondary. The most important thing is to protect that little ancestor. If something happens to him, I'm done for. No matter what. No matter what. You have to make sure he stays alive." The two of them were dumbfounded. Was it necessary? It was just a bait. No matter how important it was, it couldn't be compared with the king of the right. "Boss, may I ask who that person is?" The two asked cautiously. Udon showed an expression that was like crying and laughing at the same time. "If I could let you know, I would have told you long ago. You just need to know that person is very, very important." The two were frightened. "You must remember, if he dies, then I'm as good as dead." Udon closed one of his twisted eyes. The muscles on his face looked like a bear's, but that had been stabbed by a knife. "Do you understand?" I know. This time, the two of them were truly shocked. If he died, the heavenly king of the right would be as good as dead. Such explosive news was simply too shocking. The two of them could no longer sit still. "Let's go now. If you want to go faster than full speed, then go," Udon urged. "Let's go." The two of them did not hesitate and disappeared without a trace. The two of them were on their way. On the other hand, the three people on the other side were more and more out of their wits. "If we can't find Xiaoduo, we can't go back." At the moment the three of them thought of this, they were immediately enraged. "Let's split into 3 groups and search for this kid immediately. As for the matter of the situation, let's not care about it anymore." The three of them jumped up as if their butts were on fire. All of them could feel cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. When did the heavenly king of the right say something like this? This sentence was really too harsh. That, of course, Xiaoduo did not know that this place was already in a mess because of him. At this moment, he was wearing the Void Transformation Stone and sneaking into the Tiger King's territory, entering from the other side far away from the search party. Above him, the Tiger King's angry roars continued. This was because the mountain wall here was about to collapse. No matter how hard he tried to maintain it and neutralize the aftershocks of the impact, it was inevitable that there would be holes. With the two monster kings going all out, even the aftershocks of their attacks were gradually too much for the mountain wall where the Tiger King lived. Not to mention the flat ground where the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was growing. Seeing that things were not going well, the Tiger King immediately rushed up. Get lost, get lost." The Tiger King was really anxious this time. "If you continue to fight, I'll really lose all the good stuff here. The mountain wall is already cracking now. However, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen were having a great time fighting, unwilling to stop no matter what." As the battle between the two monster kings continued to escalate, a quarter of the Centipede Queen's thousands of legs had been broken, and at least half of the scales on the Snake King's body had been knocked off. The Centipede Queen even directly tore off a snake tail. The two monster kings were no longer deliberately destroying things. They had completely lost their temper and were fighting for real. At this point, the Tiger King had no choice but to participate in the battle, even if he wanted to. The reason was still because of the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. The treasure he was guarding was about to mature, and even the ground had started to loosen. Yet, at this time, those two bastards were fighting above his territory. Even if it really matured now, he did not have time to eat it. Although the treasure was good, he would need to go into seclusion immediately after eating it. And these two bastards were fighting for real, turning the sky and earth upside down. How could he go into seclusion? If he did not do anything, these two bastards would definitely destroy his heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. In fact, this was one of the main reasons why the two monster kings were determined to fight here. In close contact, the Snake King and the Centipede Queen could clearly feel that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment was about to mature. At the thought of this, the two monster kings became even more violent, and their movements became even more ruthless. Although they were fighting for their lives, everyone knew one thing in their hearts. If the Tiger King was allowed to take the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment first, his cultivation would definitely surpass him by 2 levels or even more. At that time, wouldn't he have to look up to the Tiger King? After today's battle, they were basically sworn enemies. How could the Tiger King, whose strength had greatly improved, let him go? The Centipede Queen still had the Dragon Soul Ginseng as its backing, so there was still room for maneuver. But now, what did the Snake King have? Only the broken wall and half of his body were left. How could he deal with it? Therefore, the Snake King became even more crazy. On one hand, he wanted to kill the Centipede Queen. Once he killed it, the Dragon Soul Ginseng would be his. On the other hand, he tried to destroy the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment as much as possible. At this time, he gradually dragged the Centipede Queen to a position close to the ground for the decisive battle. The battlefield was already far away from the Centipede Valley area and the central area. They had completely arrived at the Tiger King's territory. It was almost as if they were fighting at the entrance of the Tiger King's old home. Looking at this situation, how could the Tiger King still be indifferent? With a roar, the Tiger King rushed into the air like a huge black lightning bolt. Persuasion, dissuasion, and mediation were completely useless now. You want to fight? I'll play along and deal with you two defeated soldiers directly. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant. Do you think I'm a sick cat when I don't show my power? With a roar, the Tiger King shook his head and swung his tail. He opened his mouth wide and bit off one of the Centipede Queen's claws. His iron-like tiger tail also whipped the Snake King's body with a thunderous force. The Snake King screamed, and his huge body was actually slapped hundreds of meters away. The Tiger King succeeded in one move and overpowered 2 strong opponents. He couldn't help but feel proud. He roared into the sky, and his voice shook the 9 heavens. Get lost, my beloved. At this moment, he really had the demeanor of a king, majestic and awe-inspiring. The Snake King rushed back quickly, but he didn't counterattack the Tiger King. Instead, he roared at the Centipede Queen. Kill it, let's work together. The Centipede Queen seemed a little hesitant. However, after seeing his claws bitten off, he couldn't help but look at the Tiger King with murderous intent and fear in his eyes. The Tiger King is so powerful, and he didn't show any mercy. At the thought of this, he couldn't help but feel furious. The Snake King roared, "If we don't work together to kill it, the 2 of us will be defeated by it one by one. Kill it, and you can have 2 of the 3 Dragon Soul Ginseng. I only want 1. The Snake King roared. Get lost. The Centipede Queen was furious. All 3 are mine. Okay, all 3 are yours. The Snake King said, I want this guy's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. How about it? If you agree, I'll give you half of the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Let's talk about the big picture first. Otherwise, this stinky centipede wouldn't do anything. The Centipede Queen was tempted. Although the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had the best effect on the tiger, it was ultimately formed by absorbing the power of the moon. Even if one didn't have the tiger bloodline, as long as it could be used with the power of the moon, eating it could increase one's cultivation by a considerable amount. Another thing was that the Tiger King was dead. The Snake King didn't have the tiger bloodline, so even if it ate the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment, it couldn't awaken any higher magical powers. After it improved its cultivation further with the Dragon Soul Ginseng, it would be 100% the boss of the Astral Mountains in the future. You can kill it, but you have to be my underling in the future. The Centipede Queen roared. Bullshit. The Snake King was furious. I've already given in, and you still want me to be your underling? Dream on. You damn centipede, you deserve to die. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen roared at each other, also discussing. The Tiger King was furious. These two bruised and half-dead fellows were actually discussing how to split the loot? Damn it, I'll let you guys discuss. It suddenly moved and charged forward at lightning speed. Taking a deep breath, the black tiger's body suddenly swelled. Its two huge wings spread open abruptly, and it soared into the sky. The surface of its wings was as dense as swords. There were at least hundreds of swords that were more than 20 meters long. They shone with a cold light as they charged forward. It was practically a moving armory. The so-called mountain of swords, forest of spears, and rain of swords were nothing more than this. If you don't make a decision now, everyone will die. The Snake King roared anxiously. The Centipede Queen was also clear-headed. It made a prompt decision and said, "Kill it, and you and I will become sworn brothers. I'll be the boss." The Snake King raised its head and hissed, "Big brother, let's kill it together." "Second brother," the Centipede Queen shouted. "Big brother, second brother." The two demon kings circled and danced, one on the left and one on the right. They intercepted the Tiger King from both sides and started fighting again. The battle had escalated to another level. The Tiger King roared repeatedly and tried its best to resist. At the same time, it flapped its wings continuously. As the battle continued, it brought the two demon kings up into the sky. Its intention was clear: don't destroy my heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. The Centipede Queen and the Snake King really didn't care at this point. So be it if they were high up in the sky. The heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had now become their fixed goal. They didn't want to and couldn't destroy it. After you died, they still had to split the loot. Chapter 602. The three monster kings roared continuously. The battle to the death continued, and the situation continued to escalate. The more they fought, the more intense it became. This change shocked everyone on the Starlight Mountain Range. What kind of change was this? Everyone felt that they could no longer understand this Starlight Mountain Range. In the beginning, it was just the three monster kings intimidating each other. They still guarded their territory and didn't extend outwards. Then, the Centipede King fought a big battle. Then, the Snake King went crazy. Then, the Snake King and the Centipede King went crazy at the same time and fought fiercely. Now, the three monster kings were simply fighting together. Poisonous fog sprayed all over the sky, and venom flew everywhere. Within 100 miles, the poisonous fog was everywhere. On the ground, Zwishauduo became more and more cautious. He really didn't dare to be careless at all. If the three monster kings above discover a loophole, any one of them would come down, and he would die immediately. At this juncture, even if the Centipede King saw him, it probably wouldn't play games with him anymore. Although the Tiger King deliberately led the three monster kings to fight higher and higher, Zwishauduo still didn't dare to be careless. In another direction, two saber-winged tigers were rushing over in a sorry state. Ow, ow. I smell the aura of a senior of the same kind here. Ow, ow, ow. I smell it too. Ow, ow, ow. Senior, we're here. Ow, 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 ow. Senior, we're the same kind. We're here to seek shelter from you. Please take us in. The closer the two saber-winged tigers were to this place, the happier they became. They rushed over with their heads held high, and their speed was extremely fast. However, after a certain distance, they felt an extremely powerful pressure that they couldn't resist, that due to the extreme pressure, the two saber-winged tigers instinctively turned to tiptoe. The aura here was so scary they didn't even dare to breathe. Ow, ow. This seems to be the smell of the saber-winged tiger's soul poison. The male tiger lowered its voice. Ow, ow. Yes. Ow, ow, ow. This senior seems to be fighting. The male tiger was a little timid. Ow, ow. What's that smell? It smells so good, I want to eat it. The tigress was drooling. Oh, wow, wah. Right at this moment, Zwishauduo had also arrived at the edge of this area. He had already seen the small mound that contained the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. It had already bulged and was gradually being pushed open in a trance. Two snow-white lotus-like objects suddenly bloomed on the mound, exuding an unusually alluring aura. Oh, whoa! The two tigers immediately lost all reason and rushed forward crazily. As a member of the tiger clan, he was completely unable to resist the scent that was mixed with the aura of an ancient ancestor. On the other hand, Zhuo had just arrived. There was nothing he could do about the two uninvited guests who had arrived before him. Put it down. Stop. Mouth. It was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the two saber-winged tigers rushed up the mound crazily. The male tiger took a bite and swallowed one. Then, the female tiger next to him took a bite and swallowed one as well. At this moment, Zhuo was dumbfounded. In an instant, Zhuo felt that his heart was broken. He was so aggrieved that tears almost fell out. Fuck, I spent so much effort, and now that I'm here, I'm actually letting you two stupid tigers take advantage of me? No, the good stuff I ordered is about to be in my hands. How can I let outsiders take advantage of it? Not even external tigers. Spit out what you ate. Just as Zhuo was about to fly into a rage out of humiliation and go to extremes, he suddenly realized, wait, these two tigers. Fuck, why do these two tigers look so familiar? Especially the tuft of white fur on the tigress's ear that aren't these. The two tigers I saw before? Then they're not external tigers, but internal tigers? Sigh, these two are really good at sports. When I was in Phoenix City, the tigers fought with me in the north of the city. When I left Phoenix City, this tigress ran to the wasteland in the west of the city to find her husband. Now, we actually met again. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? What's this called? Three tigers karma. Since they're not external tigers, then forget it. I've been in Fenghai City for so long. Other than Li Chenglong, there are very few people, beasts, I know. Now that I've come to the Starry Mountain Range, I've met an old beast. Isn't this fate? However, the two of you are so bold as to swallow the Demon King's thousands of years of protection. Isn't this not a good thing? You're really ignorant and fearless. You're really not afraid of death. Now, even I want to cut open your stomachs. As the spiritual medicine entered their stomachs, the extreme temptation also disappeared. The male tiger and the female tiger also woke up from their daze. The husband and wife looked at each other and immediately let out a scream. It's over. We're in big trouble. No matter how stupid the two tigers were, they knew that they seemed to have eaten something that didn't belong to them. Moreover, it was a super good thing. What? How do we know? Just by looking at the yellow light on our bodies, we know that this thing is very good. The strength in our bodies is constantly increasing. Our blood is also flowing nonstop. Our minds are also exceptionally clear, but it's still a little uncomfortable. Yes, we can't care about the discomfort. We have to run immediately, run away immediately. Oh, damn, we're in big trouble. The two saber-winged tigers roared and spread their wings, wanting to fly away. However, the yellow light on their bodies actually made them unable to fly. With a tragic whimper, they ran away with their tails between their legs. At this moment, how could they still care about north, south, east, west? In the sky, the Tiger King's earth-shattering roar suddenly sounded. It could clearly feel that the thing it had guarded for 3,000 years was gone. Gone. It was actually gone. The Centipede King and Snake King were clearly still in front of it. Then, who touched this king's treasure? At this moment, the Tiger King had really gone crazy. With a violent roar, it turned and rushed down. The Centipede King and Snake King took advantage of the gap on its back and hit it hard. Its flesh and blood exploded with a bang, but it couldn't care less. Like a bolt of lightning, it fell straight down from the sky. As it fell, it roared fiercely. Stop! Damn thief! Ow, ow! The Tiger King went crazy. Its two huge eyes almost popped out of its eye sockets. I see. It's actually two saber-winged tigers. Oh, my heavens, my earth, my God. Why? I've guarded it for 3,000 years. Where did these two bastards come from? Where did they come from? Where did it come from? They're considered gay tyrants. Why? What did they contribute? Why did they eat it the moment they came? Why can't I eat it after 3,000 years of hard work? I can't even smell it. Heavens, are you fair? Where's the justice? Where's the heavenly Tao? Earth, why can't you differentiate good from bad? Heavens, you're wrong to be the heavens. Poor saber-winged tigers. I've only shed tears for 3,000 years. A sharp whistle sounded in the sky. The saber-winged tigers were already very close. Like a cruiser, they suddenly smashed down from the sky like meteors. The wind whistled. Even the stones on the ground and the mountain walls collapsed. At this moment, the Tiger King's accumulated hatred was close to destroying the world and collapsing the wilderness. On the ground, the two saber-winged tigers ran forward with their tails between their legs. However, with their weak cultivation, how could they escape the pursuit of their own kind's king? The strength and speed of both sides were not on the same level in any aspect. The two tigers' eyes were full of panic and despair. It's over. This time they were really dead. Why was he so obsessed with eating those two lousy flowers at that time? Well, if the heavens give me a chance to start over, I'll definitely say, I won't eat it. If there's a time limit, I hope it's 10,000 years. I won't eat it either. Fuck. Zhuo was also scared out of his wits. The hairs on his body that had just grown out all stood up. These two tigers were indeed here to harm me. If you want to run for your lives, then run for your lives. Why did you have to run in my direction? Yes, that's right. These two tigers were like two sharp black swords, charging straight towards Zhuo. Their speed was also very fast. They were dashing madly on the ground and were less than 50 meters away from Zhuo. The saber-winged Tiger King also fell from the sky. It was only 50 meters away from the tip of Zhuo's nose. At such a distance, even if there were 1,000 void transformation stones, it would be useless. It was useless. Zhuo could even look into the mirror in the angry eyes of the Tiger King in the sky. At this moment, Zhuo only felt that his soul had left his body. He only felt that his gastrointestinal function was infinitely strong at this moment. His intestines were wriggling crazily in his stomach, and a vigorous feeling rushed to the back door in an instant. It's over, my life is over. At this moment, the two tigers saw Zhuo and recognized Zhuo. The two saber-winged tigers were overjoyed. Benefactor is actually here. Benefactor, you are the benefactor of us, husband and wife. Benefactor. Ah! The two saber-winged tigers howled desperately at Zhuo, looking anxious. Of course, Zhuo didn't understand. However, the Tiger King in the sky heard them clearly. Benefactor, save us, Benefactor. Benefactor, you're finally here. We're about to die. Save us quickly. Benefactor, we'll follow you from now on and guard your house for you. Benefactor. The Tiger King fumed. Fuck, he didn't expect this to be instigated by a human. This ant-like human in front of him actually directed such a big show. Die, you ant. These two bastards are actually dogs for a human, openly betraying the glory of the tiger god. Go to hell too. I want you to be consigned to eternal damnation and have your souls destroyed. The Tiger King let out an earth-shattering roar. A ball of light suddenly shot out from his huge mouth. What was this called? Tiger King's Roaring Bullet. Chapter 603. Well, Tiger King had never used this move since he learned it. It consumed his life force and soul power. It was the most powerful attack in the inheritance. But now, he couldn't care about that anymore. He had to kill them, no matter what the price was. Destructive attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth suddenly fell down. The speed of this attack was indescribable. It almost surpassed the speed of light. Zhuo didn't have time to react. The two saber-winged tigers didn't have time to react either. They were hit. Well, the two of them were still the first targets. Originally, whether it was Tiger King, Zhuo, or the two tigers themselves, they all thought that Zhuo and the others would be blown to smithereens and turn into minced meat. But what no one expected was that the two saber-winged tigers suddenly emitted a dim yellow light. The shadow of a fierce tiger suddenly appeared. The yellow light formed a shield and strongly protected the two tigers. Two balls of light were formed. However, the power of Tiger King's roaring bullet was extraordinary. It was the ultimate condensation of Tiger King's life, force, and soul power. That strange yellow light seemed vast and unfathomable. But although the balls of light couldn't be broken, they were instantly blown away. The two saber-winged tigers only had time to cry out for help before they fainted. In the dim yellow light, the two saber-winged tigers were like two furry rubber balls, smashing towards Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't open his eyes. His heart was cold. Who would have thought that my handsome master Zhuo would die here today, buried in the mouth of a tiger? I don't want to die. I still have so many things to do. Nian Nian cat, I haven't married you yet. I don't want to die like a single dog, a little virgin. Why isn't he dead yet? So Xiaoduo opened his eyes and was immediately stunned. There was only calmness in front of him. A tall and sturdy figure was standing in front of him. He blocked the strong wind that was like a mountain collapsing. So Xiaoduo rubbed his eyes and shouted in disbelief, "Uncle Nan," returning to the moment when the Tiger King rushed down. The power that could destroy everything directly enveloped Zhuo Xiaoduo completely. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even have the time to take out his sledgehammer. It was at this final moment when death was certain and there was no turning back. Suddenly, a silver light flashed on Zhuo Xiaoduo's shoulder, and a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He stepped out of the void. He appeared in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. The person who came had a solemn expression, a firm determination, and a tall and sturdy figure. With a height of more than 2 meters, he was like a giant that could support the heavens and earth. His two long legs were like deep abysses and lofty mountains. He stood in the middle of the valley, but the feeling he gave off was that all the mountains and rivers in the world were under his feet. Heaven and earth are nothing but desolation, and the universe is not worth laughing at. When the Tiger King's roaring bullet hit this person, it actually disappeared without a sound. That person slowly stretched out a hand, and a thunderous explosion suddenly sounded in the air. A huge hand that blotted out the sun and covered the sky rapidly took shape. Then it brazenly grabbed the Tiger King that was pouncing down in the palm of his hand. The aggressive Tiger King. The Tiger King that was as big as a cruiser. The majestic Tiger King that battled two great demon kings alone. The fierce and domineering Tiger King. At this moment, it was like a little kitten that was caught in the hand of that huge hand. Then, the huge hand exerted a little force. The Tiger King roared and vomited wildly in front of it, while the back of it was full of feces and urine. An incomprehensible squeak came out of its mouth, and its eyes rolled back. The entire tiger had already fainted. Chief Nan frowned and looked at the Tiger King and the huge hand in the air. He sighed in disappointment and murmured, "Another little kitten." Sigh. It wasn't easy to activate the doppelganger. Then, a whistling sound was heard. Chief Nan murmured, "It wasn't easy for this tiger to grow so big. It's better not to destroy the ecological environment of the Starlight Mountain Range, if possible. Besides, that tiger god's bone is still here. It should still be able to produce heavenly tiger moonlight ointment. Let go." With another casual squeeze, the Tiger King instantly woke up from its coma. However, the Tiger King didn't dare to move in the huge hand. Its big eyes were full of pity, like a kitten that was trying to please its owner. It wagged its tail desperately and looked at Chief Nan with pleading eyes. Soft pleading sounds came from its throat. Sob, sob, sob. Sob, sob, sob. It must have been hard on the Tiger King. Its body that was as big as a train carriage was actually able to make such soft and gentle sounds. Chief Nan smiled faintly. Survival of the fittest. Go! With a wave of his hand, the Tiger King flew back into the air. Guard here properly. Don't think about running around. No one else could hear Chief Nan's voice, but it went straight into the Tiger King's ears. The Tiger King trembled all over and nodded repeatedly. I really want to leave. It's really too dangerous here. Why won't this lord let me go? Sob, sob, sob. Too pitiful. Ahu is too pitiful. The good stuff that he had guarded for 3,000 years was stolen by a foreign tiger. Then, he squeezed it so hard that my pee sprayed out more than 100 meters of his heart. Liver, spleen, kidneys, and gallbladder were all scared out of their wits. It was really too pitiful. Ahu felt wronged. However, Ahu didn't dare to say anything. Ahu could only sob on the ground. Chief Nin let out a strange sound wave to inform the few people in the sky. Zwashauduo, who was close at hand, didn't hear what Uncle Nan said. However, he still asked happily, "Uncle Nan, why are you here? You came just in time." Uncle Nan looked at him and smiled. He reached out his hand and stroked Zwashauduo's bald head. Then, his whole body turned into spots of bright silver light and slowly disappeared. "You can take these two little tigers with you. Try to take good care of them. When they regain their strength and wake up, you can release them back into the forest." Chief Nin said earnestly, "Don't mess around. Focus on improving your strength. Strength is the foundation of everything. In this world, the bigger the fist, the bigger the reason. I'll wait for you in Shangjing." Before his voice died away, the silver light disappeared. The figure of Southern Chief Nin had completely disappeared from sight. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the sky again. A figure landed quickly. The person appeared in front of Zwashauduo in a flash. His face was full of relief. "Fuck you. I found them. I finally found them." Zwashauduo immediately became vigilant. "Who are you?" The person's movement skill when he appeared was already beyond Zwashauduo's knowledge. The person's strength was at a level that he had never seen before. He was even much stronger than King Centipede, King Snake, and King Tiger. With his current level of cultivation, he might be able to catch the eye of such a person after 100 or so years of cultivation. The other party laughed heartily in joy, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Complacently, he grabbed Zwashauduo's head. He wanted to pull out a few strands of hair, but this time he grabbed empty air. A bald head. Where did the hair come from? The person was speechless. He scolded, "Did your parents give birth to a bald child?" Helpless, he took out a knife and pressed Zwashauduo to the ground. He shaved off the short hair that had just grown on Zwashauduo's thigh. "You better behave yourself. If you dare to disappear again, I'll beat you to death." Zwashauduo was scared out of his wits when he was pressed down by the person. However, all his struggles were in vain. When the person took out the knife and pointed it at his body, Zwashauduo was even more terrified. "Enemy, save me." However, he was shackled by the person. Not only could he not move, he could not even shout. When he felt the cold steel knife scraping his thigh, Zwashauduo was almost scared to death. Could it be that this person knows that I've successfully cultivated the fiery Sun Divine skill and wants to castrate me for that thing? Thinking of this, Zwashauduo crazily cultivated. Shrink yang, shrink yang. Suddenly, there was nothing below. It shrank. The person almost spat out. He knocked on Zwashauduo's head. "Behave yourself. Why did you put that thing away? No one wants to touch it. I'm even less interested." Zwashauduo chuckled. "Do you think I'll believe you? I finally shrank it, and you want to trick it out and cut it off? I'd rather die than obey. I'd rather die than be a zombie. That's how Stubber Brothers is." However, the person really didn't do anything else. He just shaved off a handful of leg hair and walked away. "Behave yourself. Don't run around again." After saying that, he disappeared. Zwashauduo was still frightened for a long time. He almost followed in Tiger King's footsteps. He was so scared that he pissed his pants. However, he suddenly realized, he was safe. What's going on? What's going on? He trembled as he stood up. He still felt the sharp blade scratching his thigh. It was indescribably uncomfortable and disgusting. He trembled as he circulated his internal energy for a long time. Finally, he was able to break free from the stiff state. He then circulated his internal energy to break free. He couldn't help but touch it with his hand as he muttered, "My skin is wrinkled from fright. Scared me to death." He touched it again and again. He only stopped when the flaming sun scripture reacted. He looked at the two tigers in front of him. These two sword-winged tigers were still covered in a hazy yellow light. They were sleeping peacefully. Why do they look so much smaller? Zhuo remembered Uncle Nan's words. He waved his hand and put them into the space of the Tower of Annihilation. Only then did he take a deep breath. He clearly felt that he was still in the human world. It was too close. I can't take such risks in the future. It's really uncomfortable to be on someone's chopping block. Zhuo trembled as he touched his head. Just a little bit more. This handsome and intelligent head is going to rot here. Zhuo lamented for a long time. He wanted to find another place to lie low. However, he thought of the dragon soul ginseng. Sigh, that dragon soul ginseng, should I steal it? Or not to steal? This is too dangerous. If this happens again, I'll probably lose my life. Zhuo's heart was pounding with fear. However, he was also somewhat fearless. That person should be here to protect me. I wonder if he's from the military or a hidden dragon master. I have a backer. Chapter 604. Zhuo guessed. Judging from his cultivation and strength, he was most likely from the military, which meant he was the one who set this trap. If I was in danger, he would definitely come out to save me. What happened just now should be because I accidentally got the Void Transformation Stone and left his sight for a long time, which made him very anxious. If so, don't be sad. Well, I don't want to be pessimistic. I will definitely get a share of the dragon soul grass under the cliff. However, his legs were still a little weak. Under the Tiger King's gaze, Zhuo disappeared. The Tiger King in the air didn't even care. In the air, the three monster kings stopped, especially the Tiger King, who was still shivering in the air and didn't even dare to look over. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen didn't know what happened. They only knew that the Tiger King seemed to have suffered a big loss. But they didn't see what kind of loss it was. When Uncle Nan attacked, the two monster kings were enjoying themselves in the air. The pleasure of beating up the Tiger King hadn't passed yet, and they were still intoxicated. After that, the two monster kings also felt a ridiculously strong aura suddenly appear, but it disappeared immediately. The two monster kings were very suspicious and didn't know what happened. They hurriedly flew down to take a look and saw the Tiger King shivering in the air. His two big eyes were full of tears, and he was shivering like a little wife who was beaten up when she was just married. Hiss! The Snake King's spiritual power shook. What happened to you? Hiss! The Centipede Queen was also a little puzzled. What happened? The Tiger King lifted his leg, but found that his legs were still as weak as noodles. He almost knelt down in the air. His sword wings drooped down like a defeated chicken, powerless to move. Nothing. The Tiger King was gloomy and listless. However, he had no intention of mentioning what had happened just now. After all, it was enough for him to be the only one who knew about what had happened just now. It was already too much. If others were to know about it, it would be terrible. At the very least, they would laugh for the rest of their lives. Nothing? The two monster kings obviously didn't believe him. Your heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone? Nothing happened? Aren't you angry? How could the two kings know that the heavenly tiger moonlight ointment had been snatched away by someone else? However, when they saw that the Tiger King had suddenly turned into a coward in the blink of an eye for being full of vigor, the people outside the house couldn't quite understand it. This change seemed to be a little too big. The Snake King was proud. Even though the scales all over its body had been beaten to a pulp and it was still bleeding all over, it was not as cowardly as the Tiger King, right? He couldn't help but circle around in the air and ask suspiciously, "What's going on?" Suddenly, as though he had discovered a new continent, he screamed, "Tiger King, this yellowish thing on your butt. You didn't poop, did you?" The Tiger King let out a roar, turned around, and left hurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he darted into his cave and refused to come out no matter what. It's over, it's too embarrassing. In the end, if he was seen by that despicable snake, he wouldn't be able to see any beast for the rest of his life. In midair, the two demon kings roared with laughter. Their laughter shook the heavens and the earth, causing the mountains to shake. However, as they laughed and laughed, their gazes gradually became filled with evilness as they looked at each other. Especially the Snake King. The Centipede King still had 3 dragon soul ginsengs. The Tiger King is cowardly now, but I'm not. In the battle, just now, the Centipede King's combat power was only average. I have a 70% chance of winning. The 2 Demon Kings thus began to negotiate again. Of course, the Centipede King was unwilling. What's mine is mine. The treasure that both of you are guarding is gone. That's heaven's will. Your snake soul fruit was stolen, and the Tiger King's heavenly tiger moonlight ointment is gone. Why is my dragon soul forest still here? If this isn't heaven's will, what is? Heaven, let me be the boss. Why should I give it to you? Slowly, the situation became intense again. While the 3 Demon Kings were fighting here, the bounty hunters outside were all hiding far away. Who would be loitering in the battle circle for no reason? If they provoked the 3 Demon Kings to join forces to deal with them, wouldn't they die very quickly? Therefore, everyone felt that something seemed to have happened here. However, they didn't know and didn't want to know what exactly was going on. The silver light flashed just now. The moment Chief Nan appeared, the light was suppressed. Then, a huge hand grabbed the Tiger King from a position close to the ground. His movements were fast, but not agitated. His aura didn't spread out at all. This was the true technique of a master craftsman who returned to simplicity. Therefore, the people outside didn't know what was going on. Many of the more skilled and daring ones merely roared at the Tiger King from afar. Then, they went silent. Everyone was trying to guess what had happened. After all, the Snake King and the Centipede King were confronting each other in the air again. It wasn't the battle between the 3 Demon Kings. However, the overall situation shouldn't have changed. The only one who discovered something was the gray shadow that entered the Tiger King Valley earlier. He was opposite Zhuoxiaoduo, about a few dozen miles away. It was precisely because of the distance that he could vaguely see that huge hand. He held his breath and didn't dare to move. He waited for a long time after Chief Nan left, but he still didn't move. After Zhuoxiaoduo left, he also left quickly. He didn't chase after Zhuoxiaoduo. Instead, he turned into a gray shadow and left the valley. In a certain corner, a certain 3-man team finally heaved a sigh of relief. They finally found this kid. That was so scary. It turned out that this kid had cultivated some kind of concealment technique. Now, even though they grabbed a handful of this kid's hair, they still couldn't sense him when they used the soul imprint technique. What a freak. Old Third. Use your divine consciousness to follow him. Turn it into a flying mystic thought and follow him. You'll follow him for the afternoon. Second, and I will take over at night. Don't lose him again. Big Boss sighed. This hair is useless now. Just throw it away. It disappears again when it's further away. Sigh, why shave his hair just now? This kid actually hit his bird. Damn it. I almost died laughing. Second and third brothers also suppressed their laughter and pretended to be shocked. There's such a thing? You didn't do something to make her misunderstand, did you? I didn't do anything extra. Misunderstanding my foot. I can only say that he's a freak. Big Boss recalled and couldn't help but smile. I don't know who his parents are to give birth to such a plaything. I guess. He must have been beaten a lot since he was young. He tasted it. Anyway, I want to beat him up whenever I see him. This feeling can't be stopped. When this is over, I must see it for myself. The other 2 were very interested. Then I'll go. If it's a flying mystic thought, I can last for 12 hours. I can't take it anymore. Remember to keep track of the time. With that, his body flashed away. Flying mystic thought and divine consciousness locking were 2 completely different things. It was to split a part of the divine consciousness and keep a constant watch on a person. No matter where the target went, the divine consciousness would follow him like a shadow. Especially at a critical moment, this divine consciousness could even transform into the main body to fight. It was really amazing, and this kind of amazing technique had a heavy burden on the user. Even with the tyrannical cultivation of these 3 people, they couldn't maintain it for a long time. But for a freak like Zhuoxiaoduo, if they didn't do this, they couldn't keep an eye on him at all. The 3 people who had seen ghosts were really afraid of the dark. They were already very depressed. Third brother went. Big Boss hurriedly found a place to make a phone call. Heavenly King, that kid has been found. He's safe and sound. Third brother is following him now. This time, there won't be any mistakes. Hearing the good news clearly, the heavenly king on the right let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had been holding it in for a day. Good, very good. The heavenly king's hearty voice came from the phone. When I come back, I'll record a great merit for the three of you. Big Boss was a little confused. A merit just like that? And a great merit? Was it so easy? He was a little, not used to it. After hanging up the phone, he still felt that it was a little unreal. On the other side, the heavenly king on the right was completely relieved. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He patted his thigh excitedly. Damn it! Found him! All the worries in his heart were put down. I was scared to death. Now, of course, he called to report the good news. Found him. He took out his phone and found Uncle's number. With a smile on his face, he called him directly. Haha, 2 days? With the heavenly king on the right. How could it take 2 days? It's only been 1.5 days. Zhuo Zhonglu had a scholarly and refined expression on his face. It was as if he had a carefree smile on his face as he walked slowly through the mountain range. Wu Yuting was by his side. The couple looked as if they were out for a sightseeing tour. However, the two of them were paying close attention to their surroundings. Even those lifeless rocks that couldn't be moved at all had to be touched to take a look. The couple had been doing this for a long time. Ever since Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan left, they moved here. Every day, his job was to wander around this small hill. No one knew what they were doing. Even the Astral Soul Stone Shop was sold by Zhuo Chonglu. At that time, it caused a small commotion. Many neighbors came to ask if there was any problem at home. If they needed money, just ask. Hu Riyun and her husband, as well as a group of teachers from Phoenix City No. 2 High School, also came to visit. What the hell happened? Why did they need to sell the shop? Could it be that Xiao Duo needed money for something outside? If you need money, just ask. We have it. The couple did not know whether to laugh or cry at this result. However, unknowingly, they experienced the beauty of the world. However, although the couple was no different from jobless vagrants, they were not short of money at all. In fact, they were very rich, super rich. This was because there was already an astronomical amount of money in their cards. Moreover, every few days, more money would be transferred in. Zhuo Xiaoyan would receive a sum of money, and Zhuo Xiaoduo would receive another sum of money. If he was really an ordinary person, it could be said that the money in his card would be inexhaustible. Even if he did not do anything, he would be able to enjoy his life comfortably and live a life of luxury and wealth. Yes, even if they lived a few lifetimes, they would have more than enough money. Cough. It was a pity that they were not in the same world. Otherwise, they would definitely go to Chidian Chinese Network to subscribe and send a wave of rewards. After all, it was really unfair to this handsome author to be indifferently enjoying the fruits of other people's labor while reading pirated versions. Crazy hint. Yes, subscribe. Please come to Chidian Chinese Network to read the original version. You deserve it. Please vote. Chapter 605. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting weren't ordinary people. They didn't care about money. But every time their son and daughter transferred money to them, the couple felt more gratified. Another money transfer. Is it Xiao Duo or Little Nian this time? Xiao Duo. This kid doesn't study hard. I don't know where he got so much money. Another one is coming in. This one is from Little Nian. How much? 100,000. Not bad. The girl is not bad. Really not bad. In the future, Xiao Duo won't starve. There's something even better. Zhuo Chonglu's face relaxed. What? Little Nian also transferred 50,000 to me. She said, it's for Daddy's private money. Zhuo Chonglu chuckled. My daughter is good. My daughter was afraid that Mommy wouldn't give Daddy money, so she even transferred her private money. But what can I do with it? Wu Yuting snorted and said indifferently, it's useless? Which card is your private money? How can you receive money alone without me knowing? Zhuo Chonglu was stunned. Days passed peacefully. Day after day, Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuting were very satisfied with the current situation and were living very comfortably. Those who knew were coming to transform into the mortal world. Those who didn't know would see. This was simply a comfortable life. Their son and daughter had grown up, and could be filial. The rest of their days were so comfortable and comfortable. However, Zhuo Changlu and his wife weren't feeling well these days. A few days ago, Wu Yuding was the first to start cooking. When I'm done, I must invite Little Bear and Little Fishy over and get some ingredients. I'll entertain them well. Yu Dongtian's surname is Yu. What's the best at swimming? Fish. Since it was the offspring of a big fish, it was only natural that it was Little Fishy. Wu Yuding's face was ice cold. To think of using my son to set up a trap, this is already a smart melon. To dare to put it into action, this is even more intelligent and brave. I must reward this kid well. Zhuo Changlu tried to persuade him again and again. He felt that it wasn't a good idea to call him over and slaughter him, especially since little Yu is still a junior. It's hard to avoid the suspicion that she's bullying the young. Why don't we go to their house as guests when we get back? However, since yesterday, Zhuo Changlu was the one who felt uncomfortable. Because Zhuo Xiaoduo was missing, Zhuo Changlu did not dare to tell Wu Yuding this news for the time being. He knew very well that if he said it, his wife would go crazy. She might even go hysterical. Right now, Wu Yuding was only angry because no one knew the situation in the mainland better than the couple. Of course, there are many experts, but compared to the border, it was much, much safer. They only used Wu Xiaoduo to set up a trap, and Yu Dongtian and Nan Zhengxian sent people to watch over it. Any unforeseen event would be under control. No matter what, nothing would happen to him. The couple still had this bit of trust and confidence. If it was in the central city of the mainland, with the heavenly king of the right, the minister of finance, and the protection of the entire hidden Dragonheim martial school, what could happen? If something happened, it would really be a stroke of luck. The heavens were playing tricks on them. Zhuo Changlu felt that the heavenly king of the right and the minister of finance would not joke about their sons and their own lives for no reason. They were fully aware of the consequences if something really happened. It was a consequence that would not be enough even if they committed suicide to atone for their sins. However, the world was so bizarre. Just as Wu Changlu was worrying about how to dissuade Wu Yuding from treating them, Yu Dongtian called. Zhuo Changlu on the other end of the phone looked calm and unperturbed. In fact, his heart was thumping. He quickly hung up the phone and took the phone to the other side, asking Yu Dongtian to send message. If it was nothing important, Yu Dongtian would never call. As long as there was a call, it must be something important. However, they were using Zhuo Xiaoduo to set up a trap. Other than that, what else could it be? This was almost imaginable. Sure enough, Yu Dongtian's words almost made Zhuo Changlu faint. Xiaoduo was missing, missing, missing. Zhuo Changlu's vision went dark. He knew his wife's character better than anyone else. She longed to have a child of her own. Zhuo Changlu also knew that once his son was gone, Wu Yuding would definitely explode. She might not destroy the mainland or anything, but at least Yu Dongtian and Nan Zhengxian would not be able to live. It was normal and basic for him to part with his wife and not see her for the rest of his life. However, Zhuo Changlu was stunned for a moment before he began to recall. My biological son. I can sense his presence through my divine thoughts. Father and son are connected by heart. Did I feel anything unusual? There was nothing unusual with his wife these few days to hence, he replied. He gave Yu Dongtian 2 days. Zhuo Zhanglu had given him 2 days of buffer time. Wasn't that the same as the 2 days he had given himself? If he could not find him in 2 days, there was no need to look for him anymore. Ever since he received the news, Zhuo Changlu began to feel uneasy. He even began to dream. He often broke out in cold sweat. However, the most difficult thing for him was that he could not show any abnormalities in front of his wife. He did not want to look back on this pain and suffering. He usually did not look at his phone. He usually threw his phone everywhere. Sometimes, he would throw it next to his wife's pillow and fall asleep. However, he never left his phone. When he had nothing to do, he would take it out to see if there was any news that he had missed. From time to time, he would walk to a certain place and take it out to see if there was enough signal. He would not go to places without signal. What if he could not receive important news? Dad, Wu Yuding called. Oh, I'm coming. Zhuo Changlu, who was secretly looking at his phone, quickly responded and walked over with a smile. You're acting weird today. Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Changlu suspiciously. What's wrong? You can't put her phone down? Are you addicted to it? Is this thing so charming that it even subdued you? No, no. Zhuo Changlu laughed dryly. Could it be that you're waiting for news? Wu Yuding's eyes were dangerous. Whose news are you waiting for? Zhuo Changlu, are you seeing someone outside? Tell me, how many private cars do you have? Is the person outside a mistress or a mistress? How could it be? How could it be? Don't let your imagination run wild. What mistress or mistress? Zhuo Changlu was frightened by Wu Yuding. How could she make such a connection? If it's not a mistress or mistress, then why are you so nervous? Why do you look so worried? Wu Yuding frowned even more. Just as Zhuo Changlu understood her, she also understood Zhuo Changlu. I'm just worried about Xiao Duo. Zhuo Changlu coughed. I don't know if it's done over there. Now I know what it means to worry a mother when a son travels 1,000 miles. Xiao Duo will be fine. Wu Yuding was very sure. Xiao Xiong and Xiao you are watching over there. What can happen? Wu Yuding was very confident. Zhuo Changlu laughed dryly. Yes, that's right. What can happen? Wu Yuding looked at Zhuo Changlu carefully. Her eyes were full of curiosity. You have something on. Her tone was very certain. No. Zhuo Changlu was shocked and immediately denied it. You do have something on. Zhuo Changlu was nervous. Wu Yuding was even more certain. Say it. I'm really fine. Zhuo Changlu swore. Wu Yuding's eyes were dangerous. Are you going to say it or not? Are you really keeping a mistress? It's really nothing. What should I say? Zhuo Changlu looked innocent and a little wronged. What can happen? Don't you know who we are? You say you're paranoid every day. What's wrong with you? Tell me, what are you thinking right now? I'm with you all the time now. Even if I want to look for someone, I need time. After being joked around by Zhuo Changlu, Wu Yuding thought that it made sense. Her eyes gradually softened, but she still frowned and murmured, something doesn't feel right. Zhuo Changlu secretly wiped away his cold sweat. Sigh, you women just like to think too much. It's even more so after you play with your phone. I'm speechless. Wu Yuding rolled her eyes and turned around. Zhuo Changlu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, but at this delicate juncture, a burst of music sounded. The melody was very cheerful. Sister, wait for me. Sister, wait for me. Brother is earning money outside. I'll marry you. His cell phone rang. Zhuo Changlu's cell phone rang. Zhuo Changlu's body couldn't help but tremble. Damn, why did it have to be now? Damn it. Wu Yuding turned around and stared at Zhuo Changlu. Her eyes were dangerous. That's a good ringtone. Wu Yuding's face was cold. Who's calling? Zhuo Changlu's face was bitter. It's just a random ringtone from the phone company. What can that prove? Do you really think I have a mistress? The ringtone was still ringing. Wu Yuding crossed her arms and looked down at Zhuo Changlu. The world is unpredictable. Who can say for sure? Pick up the phone. Why aren't you picking up the phone? Zhuo Changlu's lips twitched. He took out his cell phone as if he was going to the execution ground. A name popped up on the screen. Yu Dongtian. It's Yu Dongtian. Look, he must be looking for me. I'm going to pick up the phone. Zhuo Changlu showed the screen of his cell phone to Wu Yuding. Then, he pretended to be anxious and turned around to find a secret place. Why are you leaving? Wu Yuding's face was cold. Her eyes were suspicious, and there was a dangerous glint in them. Even if it's Yu Dongtian calling, can't I listen to it? What secrets do you have? Wu Yuding ordered directly. Pick it up right here. Put on speaker. Zhuo Changlu's face was almost flattened. Do you have to? Do you have to? Why are you so paranoid? Do you think Yu Dongtian's name is fake? Father's acting skills were on point. He was almost at the level of an award-winning actor. At this time, he was still able to lead other people. Are you going to turn it on or not? Wu Yuding took 2 steps forward and suddenly shouted, What's wrong with my son? Her pretty face turned red in an instant. Then it turned pale and her delicate body trembled. Chapter 606. As a mother, Wu Yuding instinctively thought of the worst thing that otherwise. Why would Zhuo Zhonglu go to such lengths to hide this from me? Zhuo Changlu instinctively trembled. He felt that the muscles at the corners of his eyes were out of control. He kept blinking, and his heart was blank. This shout, I'm scared out of my wits. Answer it. Wu Yuding looked at the phone and shouted again. Zhuo Chonglu's fingers seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Finally, he pressed the button. The phone was connected. At this moment, Zhuo Chonglu was like a criminal waiting to be sentenced. You Don Tian, you mustn't spout nonsense. It's not just you, old Nan's life, and even your uncle's life are in your hands now. Yu Dongtian's voice was heard immediately. Uncle Zhuo, the heavenly king of the right, sounded very relaxed and cheerful. Ah, Zhuo Chonglu, I found Xiao Duo, huh? The heavenly king of the right announced loudly. He was high-spirited and proud, and his previous depression was swept away. Wu Yuding's cold eyes shot over. Found him? What does that mean? Does that mean you couldn't find him before? What's the situation now? Zhuo Chonglu broke out in cold sweat. On the phone, the heavenly king of the right was in high spirits. He couldn't wait to report his achievement. Oh my God, I don't know why he suddenly disappeared. At that time, I was scared to death. I had already locked onto his soul, but I still couldn't find him. I was so worried. All right, Uncle Zhuo, you haven't told Annie about this, right? Please don't tell her. Now that we've found him, everything is fine. You're right? There's no need to worry, Andy. You must be thinking the same. Please forgive her, please. Zhuo Chonglu's facial muscles twitched. Yes, I haven't told your aunt yet. You're the one who's telling her now. You've told her clearly and completely. At the side, Wu Yuding's eyes flickered with a chilling light. That was great. I can't even find his soul lock. That such a big thing happened, and you still want to hide it from me. Not bad. The affection between you men is indeed deep. The heavenly king of the right was still sighing. Uncle Zhuo, you don't know how scared I was. Ah, don't mention it. Luckily, Uncle Zhuo, you were a responsible man. You made the decision to hide it from Annie and gave her 2 days. Otherwise, I think I would have died. You don't know how important Annie is to us. She is. Tsk tisk. Zhuo Chonglu looked up at the sky. I know very well what your aunt is like in your hearts. I also know that you will still die. And now it's already cold. Also, even I'm dead now. What do you mean by touching a sore spot? It was a textbook interpretation. With your IQ, how did you become the heavenly king of the right lane? How many back doors did your father pull for you? Uncle Zhuo, the heavenly king of the right lane was puzzled. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you so happy that you can't speak? I can understand that. Why isn't Uncle Zhuo saying anything? You can understand. Why can't you have some self-awareness? Your Uncle Zhuo wants to speak too. But Uncle Zhuo doesn't know what to say now. At this moment, Zhuo Chonglu felt very complicated. It was so complicated that it was indescribable. Apart from a silent sigh, all that was left was speechless and choking. Wu Yuding's sweet voice sounded. Oh, I thought it was a mistress outside. Is it really a call from the heavenly king of the right lane? What a great honor. Zhuo Chonglu, don't move. I'll take a picture of the call and post it on my WeChat moments. It's so rare that the heavenly king of the right lane is calling. It's so precious. Shouldn't I keep it as a family heirloom? The other side of the phone went silent. There was a thump, and no one knew what happened. Then, a voice that sounded like it was about to cry was heard. Hello, Annie. I'm Little Fishy. I'm your favorite Little Fishy. Wu Yuding pursed her lips and said, I can't accept that. I'm just a woman who has been kept in the dark. How can I be qualified to be the Annie of the right lane's heavenly king of the right? All right, what do you think of me? A shrew or a tigress? I'm so unreasonable. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was obviously dumbfounded. In fact, when Wu Yuding opened her mouth to speak, the heavenly king of the right lane's heart had stopped beating. There was nothing but confusion in his mind. Annie, I was wrong. I deserve to be scolded. I deserve to be beaten. I deserve to die. Please don't be angry. Yu Dongtian quickly and sincerely admitted his mistake. I'm old. Am I very old now? You were wrong? What did you do wrong? Can the heavenly king of the right lane make mistakes too? Wu Yuding's voice was so cold that it made people shudder. You're not old. You're just more senior. When we first met, I wanted to call you elder sister. As for what I did wrong, I did wrong everywhere. Zhuo Chonglu was impressed by Yu Dongtian's answer. Otherwise, why would he be the heavenly king of the right lane? His EQ was really high. She admitted her mistake so straightforwardly, and even said such beautiful words. She was really eloquent. Then tell me, How did you do wrong? Wu Yuding snorted and asked. Here's what happened. The heavenly king of the right was not loyal at all. He immediately spilled the beans and explained everything clearly. Fortunately, Uncle Zhua is magnanimous. Uncle Zhua was also thinking for Andy. I'm afraid that Andy will be angry and hurt her health. Yu Dongtian's brain became more and more flexible as he spoke. In the end, he even threw the blame to Zhua Chonglu. Actually, it's a long story. I didn't intend to do this at first. But Nan Zhengxian, that guy, he's really not a good person. He suggested that Xiao Duo should go there to attract hatred. Cough, cough. Actually, I didn't intend to do this. It's all his fault. Yu Dongtian spoke more and more fluently. Actually, I know very well in my heart. Xiao Duo is Auntie's favorite. Even if he's not in danger, she's still worried about him. Annie has been so good to me since I was young. How could I let Annie worry about me? But Nan Zhengxian, that guy, is really not a good person. He said that he would vouch for Xiao Duo. The guy's really too much. Of course, it's also my fault. At that time, I felt that I was close to Annie, so I should train Xiao Duo if I had the chance. Even if Annie hit me, as long as Xiao Duo can grow up smoothly, I'll accept it. Actually, based on this consideration, it's still too wishful thinking. No matter what, it's still my fault. No matter what, I should have reported to Auntie in advance. But at that time, the flood, which suddenly appeared at the sun and moon pass. I was so busy dealing with the flood, that I forgot about it. I always thought that Nan Zhengxian would definitely report to you. Who knew that guy was so unreliable? The heavenly king of the right spoke sincerely and repeatedly apologized. He kept throwing the blame to the people outside the house. His voice was as hurried as a machine gun. But when he reached the end of the sentence, Nan Zhengxian suddenly began to speak word by word. He was afraid that Andy couldn't remember it and didn't have a deep impression of it. It had to be said that his eloquence was really good. His speech was also really smooth. His meridians were even longer. He could even perform a crosstalk. After Wu Yuding heard the whole story, and now, Zhua Xiaoduo was also found. The heavenly king of the right kept emphasizing, I sent 5 people, heaven, earth, sun, moon, and star, to take turns to protect him. I personally instructed and gave a strict order. Wu Yuding's high-hanging thoughts were also put down. At least, her anger was not as serious as before. If I knew that Nan Zhengxian dared not to report to Annie, I wouldn't have done that even if you beat me to death. I lost my mother when I was young. It was Annie who raised me. How can I forget Annie? I must be filial to Auntie in this life. Finally, the heavenly king's tone changed again. But no matter what, my responsibility is not small. I can be considered as half of the initiator. Even if Annie forgives me, I can't forgive myself. Another day, I will definitely come to apologize to Annie. I will especially kowtow to Annie. One had to admit that these words were really awesome. Even Zhua Chonglu, who was listening at the side, could not help but secretly give him a thumbs up. With such a good eloquence, he should really enter the palace to be a eunuch. He should be a professional flatterer. Wu Yuding's anger was actually mostly dissipated by Yu Dongtian's words. So it's all Nan Zhengxian's fault? Although it's true. But, ahem, it can't be completely like that. No matter what, as the heavenly king of the right, I also have to take responsibility. I can't just push all the blame to him. Besides, although Nan Zhengxian is at fault, he's a simple-minded person. He's as stupid as a pig and as stupid as a bear. Annie, if you want to blame someone, blame me. No matter whether you hit me or scold me. It's all an elder teaching a younger one. Zhua Chonglu, who was standing at the side, rolled his eyes. You still can't push all the blame to him? You've already completely cleared yourself of the blame. Moreover, you've already completely confirmed Nan Zhengxian's crime. All the blame has been shifted to Nan Zhengxian's head. How can you be so righteous? Why do I remember that you were the initiator of this matter? Nan Zhengxian tried to stop you time and time again. It was you who insisted on doing things your own way. You were full of confidence and thought that you wouldn't make any mistakes. You even patted your chest and said that you would bear all the consequences. Now, you're trying to shift the blame to someone else. You're trying to play the victim. How can you say that? I can't listen to it anymore. There's a second line in the title of this chapter. Who can match it? I'm writing the third chapter. I'll update it later. Chapter 607. Zhuo Changlu sighed in his heart. Otherwise, why would he be the heavenly king of the right? Someone really had a successor. This is shameless. His father was Yu Er's son, and each generation was better than the last. Wu Yuding finally broke into a smile. So that's how it is. Actually, it's not a big deal. I'm not angry at all. Why do you think I'm such a narrow-minded person in your eyes? Auntie is a magnanimous person. I knew Annie was a good person. Annie loves me the most. Zhuo Changlu tried his best to hold it in. He wanted to vomit a few times already. You're already a few thousand years old. Didn't you think twice when you said, Annie loves me the most? I really miss Annie. I'll visit Auntie when I'm free. Annie, you might not know this, but I went to the Tao League a while ago to collect some heavenly beauty flowers, snow jade lotus, ice sky lotus, and jade bone grass for Annie. I'll send them to Auntie when I'm there. Even though Annie doesn't need those things because of her natural beauty, it's still nice to see them. The heavenly king of the right let out a sigh of relief and smiled fawningly. Then, Auntie, I'll hang up first. Wait, Wu Yuding said calmly. Yu Dong Tian was stunned. That's not enough. Because of what I just said, I had to make a trip to the Tao Alliance continent. Where do I have those things now? The house has been very quiet recently. Your uncle Zhuo doesn't have anyone to drink with. Wu Yuding said, that's why I'm going to cook a table of dishes and invite everyone to join the fun. Annie misses you the most and has saved a spot for you. You won't reject Auntie, right? Yu Dong Tian opened his mouth wide. He was speechless for a long time. Please don't miss me, and don't save a spot for me. I can't afford the food at your house. The whole continent of astral souls, no, including the Tao League, and even the Umno Alliance, would stay away from your family banquets. 2 of the swordsmen from the Tao League ate a meal from you, and it's said that they still haven't paid off their debt, that Wu Yuding said with a smile. It's not a big one, and the guests are all acquaintances. This is really a family banquet. Family banquet. Yu Dong Tian cried. If it was really a family banquet, then it would be even more unbearable. Everything else is ready. We just need a few more ingredients. If it's not convenient for you, I can get someone else to bring them over, Wu Yuding said. I'm convenient. What ingredients does Annie need? Just say it. Yu Dong Tian patted his chest. Tears were already brewing in her eyes. Yes, I heard that the Umno Alliance has a type of bamboo called the water flame bamboo. Can you get some of its bamboo shoots? Also, there's a type of bamboo called the space lotus. It's said that it tastes good. As for the ice soul lotus, it's the best for Nian or my family. You can give me a few sections. I don't need too many, just 8 or 10 sections. As for the rest, fire sea abalones and hurricane crabs, just give me a few. Auntie trusts your judgment. Yu Dong Tian said anxiously, Auntie, it's not easy for me to get these things alone. Can you give half of them to Nanjung Xian? Wu Yuding said, Nin Xiaoxiong has other ingredients that need to be prepared. Well, it's about the same as yours. Yu Dong Tian felt a little better. Well, as long as I'm not the only one who dies. He felt a little better. My ass. Just hearing the names of these things made him want to die. Wu Yuding said, if there's nothing else, I'll hang up. When I'm done, I'll call you again. I prepared your favorite chive pancakes when you were young. You must come. Annie will be waiting for you. The phone was hung up. Yu Dong Tian was dumbfounded. He was tongue-tied and speechless for a long time. I want to die. What should I do? Who's going to kill me? I must be very, very grateful to you. These things, how are they going to make a hot pot? They're obviously going to stew Yu Dong Tian, the little fish, right? The bamboo shoots of the water fire bamboo could only grow in the places where water and fire intersected between the places where the flood witch and the raging fire witch lived. The water fire bamboo was full of the cultivation essence of the 2 great witches. It was even better than the essence. As for the bamboo shoots of the water fire bamboo, it was not known if the 2 great witches were willing to use them as ingredients. The space lotus was a special product of Great Witch Dan Kong's place. It was a special treasure that could only be produced by Great Witch Dan Kong's cultivation of space magic. Wouldn't it be too extravagant to use it as an ingredient? The ice soul lotus was a treasure that could only be produced by the cultivation of the ice nether witch. As for the fire sea abalone and the deep sea hurricane crab, they were relatively easy to obtain. It seems that I'm really fucking arrogant. She actually said that the fire sea guarded by the raging fire witch's wife was easier than the wind lake guarded by the wind emperor. Water fire bamboo shoots, space lotus, ice soul lotus, fire sea abalone, wind lake hurricane crab. Yu Dongtian counted with his fingers. In addition to the heavenly beauty flower, snow jade lotus, ice heaven lotus, and jade bone grass. He pulled his hair and went crazy. Just exchange it for a piece of leek pie. Let me die. Let me die. Let me die. Although Yu Dongtian was very uncomfortable and didn't know if he could get through it, it was finally over here. It's over. It's over. I can rest assured. As for the scapegoat Nan, he can do whatever he wants as long as it doesn't involve me, that I don't care how Nin Zhengxian dies. On the other side, the other person directly involved, Zhuo Chonglu, was almost scared out of his wits when he saw Wu Yuding's knife-sharp gaze after hanging up the phone. The timing of the call was simply too opportune. Zhuo Chonglu, you're really something. Wu Yuding's gaze was as sharp as a knife. I'm wrong, it's my fault. Zhuo Chonglu immediately admitted his mistake. Haha, do you think of Yu Dongtian? Did you learn from him to admit your mistake to deal with your own wife? Wu Yuding was furious. Her anger, which had almost subsided, flared up again. What do you mean by hiding my son's matters from me, his mother? Zhuo Chonglu opened his mouth. I'm just afraid that you'll be anxious. Does that mean that if something really happens, you'll keep it from me for the rest of my life? Wu Yuding reached out and skillfully grabbed Zhuo Chonglu's ear. She shouted, Zhuo Chonglu, I want to divorce you. Zhuo Chonglu tilted his head in embarrassment. Be gentle. Ouch, ouch. It hurts. But in his heart, he thought, divorce me? I just want to know who in the entire mainland dares to go through with this procedure. Zhuo Chonglu, how dare you? Wu Yuding's anger was uncontrollable. It lasted for a few hours as she vented her anger without restraint. Zhuo Chonglu hung his head and followed along with his red ears. There was only sorrow in his heart. The two masterminds were thousands of miles away. They only needed to call to apologize for a short while. The rest was all for later. At least you're done now, but what about me? Xiao Duo is my son too. How can I not be worried, and sad when he's in danger? I still have to be your scapegoat and bear the responsibility for you. Don't you feel guilty? I can't run away. I can't hide. I don't dare to scold them. And I don't even dare to resist that I can only take it passively. You bastards are a bunch of scoundrels who only know how to backstab your friends. Zhuo Chonglu felt that he would not be able to see the sun for some time. He couldn't help but secretly swear that when his wife's family banquet started, he would definitely hit them when they were down and ruthlessly slaughter them one by one. But even if his wish came true, it was all for later. What should he do now? Mr. Zhuo was vexed. Son, when this is over, quickly call me back. Call me, and I'll get your mother to answer the phone. Let's get this over with quickly. Sigh. Zhuo Chonglu looked up at the sky and sighed. His expression was bleak. It's so hard to be a man. Zhuo Xiaoduo went into hiding again. Right now, he was completely unaware of the twists and turns in this matter. He also didn't know that his father had already fallen into the abyss of suffering because of him and his two bad friends. He was being wantonly trampled on by his mother's evil hands. If only he knew. What does it have to do with me? I won't call back. Maybe I'll call my mother to complain after the conflict between you two is resolved. Well, I'll make a comeback and let my mother reignite the embers of her anger. Humph, who told you to whip me with a belt when I was young? Your son is so vengeful. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but a villain takes revenge from morning till night. The Centipede Queen and the Snake King were still fighting in the air. The fight was getting more and more intense, and the noise was earth-shattering. This situation made Zhuo Xiaoduo anxious. You two are fighting too fiercely. Can you not fight so fiercely? The beautiful snake skin on the Snake King was already in tatters. I've liked it since a long time ago. It's the material for my coat. Do you want to take it back and change it into a beggar's outfit? The more tattered the material, the less valuable it is. Do you know? Do you know? The centipede queen was howling. Centipede legs fell from the sky one after another. They sizzled on the ground and then melted. The Snake King was also howling. Pieces of the Snake King's scales flew in the air like snowflakes, scattering in all directions. And at this moment, other than the assassins from the underground world, the other families sent people to kill Duo. At this time, most of their identities and backgrounds had been investigated. Messages were sent to the Heavenly King of the Right and the Chief of the South. On the other side, orders were issued. Teams of Star Shield, the Security Bureau, the military, and the Martial Arts Department were dispatched. All over the country, from all directions, whether it was the royal family, the aristocratic families, or the various departments and bureaus, they all started to move at the same time, which was extremely rare. The burly chief of the South stood on the roof of the capital's Ministry of Finance. Half of his body was in the air. He was like a god descending to the mortal world. The hidden dragon rising to heaven plan starts immediately. Let's do it at midnight today. I can't hold on much longer. I won't do a single chapter at midnight. Don't wait. Chapter 608. At the top of Shangjing City, a team of Qi Watchers recruited by the Southern Long March was observing the flow of fate energy in the sky. All the elites of the royal family had been dispatched and were under the command of the Southern Chief. All the elites, including the military, were now under the command of the Southern Chief. All the established families in Shangjing were trembling with fear. The butcher's knife was hanging high in the sky. Who knew which family it would fall on? No one could say for sure, but everyone knew what was going to happen. This time, Chief Nin had raised his butcher's knife high up in the air and would not easily withdraw it. This time, there would definitely be a few aristocratic families that would suffer. That was for sure. The Nine Heavens Pavilion and the Nine Heavens Pavilion were also mobilizing their manpower for this operation. In the sky above the battlefield of the Sun-Moon Pass, General Dongfang stood high in the sky and observed the situation on both sides. Obviously, the huge turmoil in the Astral Souls continent this time had affected the balance of fate energy between the Astral Souls continent and the Umno Alliance continent. At this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was still in an uproar. The people here had no idea that many places had fallen into an unprecedented turmoil because of what had happened here. It was a complete mess. The forces behind many of them had already been wiped out in one fell swoop, but they were still oblivious. They were still eyeing Duo covetously, ready to kill him in exchange for the reward. They were looking forward to their bright future and writing a legend. The two Beast Kings were fighting fiercely in the sky. The fight was getting more and more intense. But both the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had separated a wisp of their spiritual power and connected it to the Dragon Soul Ginseng in the Centipede Valley. The strange disappearance of the Snake Soul Fruit and the Sky Tiger Moonlight Ointment made the two Beast Kings more vigilant. They did not want the same thing to happen a third time. Fighting is one thing, but if the Dragon Soul Ginseng is gone, what are we fighting for? Why are we fighting? Although Duo was getting closer and closer to the mountain wall, he did not dare to go over and collect the Dragon Soul Ginseng. This was because he could clearly sense that there was a dense amount of spiritual energy on the left side of the mountain. Both the Centipede King and the Snake King had set up a spiritual seal. Their spiritual power was enough to form a natural barrier that's what Duo could not break through. Under such circumstances, the Void Transformation Stone would be of no use and would not be able to do anything. So Duo thought for a while and started digging again. Opportunities only came to those who were prepared. The main reason why he was able to reap so many benefits was because he always planned before taking action. He always laid out the arrangements first, and then it was his luck that made it happen. With 2 shovels of the big shovel, a big hole appeared in front of his eyes. So Duo crawled in like a mouse. Once it reached a certain depth, it switched to using the Flaming Sun scripture to burn it all the way forward. However, this also caused some abnormalities. On the ground, the fog, poisonous gas, and marsh gas seemed to be getting thicker and thicker. With such great benefits in front of him, Duo was unusually diligent. First, he crazily dug down for thousands of feet. Then, he started burning his way forward. With Xiao Long leading the way, he was walking in a straight line from the Dragon Soul Ginseng. There was no possibility of mistakes. You must fight for a while longer. You must fight for a while longer. It would be best if both of you are injured, so that I can hold a hot pan in my cold hands. So Duo prayed in his heart. His actions became faster and faster. Quick, quick, quick! The battle between the two kings was still escalating. The range of the battle was also getting bigger and bigger. As for the three people who had been secretly observing the situation and protecting Duo, their brows were tightly knitted together. They could clearly feel that the void where the Snake King and the Centipede King were fighting was shaking faintly. It was a kind of rejection from the void. More importantly, it was man-made. In such a situation, such a sign that the three of them looked dignified and were ready for battle. Just as they were about to report, a shadow flashed in the sky. Two more shadows fell from the sky. They were the two people who were sent by Yu Dongtian. Why are the two of you here? The three of them were surprised. The Heavenly King sent us, Sai, to protect that little guy. The two of them were speechless. Now that we have found that little guy, there is an unexpected change. You came at the right time to deal with it. What change? How is an accident? You will know if you sense it carefully. The area where the Snake King and the Centipede King are fighting that void. After half an hour, the two people who had just arrived looked at each other. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Are you sure? There is indeed such a sign. Although it is not very obvious, it is probably because the strength of these two monster kings is still too weak. They do not have the ability to trigger a bigger effect. Thinking about it carefully, this place is really strange. Why are there three monster kings gathered here? Moreover, there is a heaven and earth treasure of the same attribute near each monster king. Moreover, these heaven and earth treasures are all formed from the bones of ancient monsters. It is not normal for them to be gathered here. It is just that no one has thought about this problem before. What do you mean? I suspect that there might be a relic space in that location. The other four people, no, including the person who had voiced his suspicions, were all shocked and fell silent at the same time. If it was really a relic space, then the aftermath of this matter would be too big. These four words could almost be related to the survival of the continent. Let's test it out. Who will go? I will go. Be careful. Remember to do it discreetly. I know. How can I not know this? If it is true, this time, something big is going to happen. The Snake King and the Centipede Queen fought fiercely. However, at this point, the two of them did not feel like fighting anymore. The two Monster Kings could feel that when compared to the other party, they were not as strong as they had imagined. If they really wanted to kill the other party, the best result would be that they would lose half of their lives. The more likely result would be that both of them would be injured or even die together. To be able to cultivate all the way to the Monster King level, their intelligence was naturally not low. At their level, it was impossible for the fishermen to benefit from the fight between the snipe and the clam. The Centipede Queen was even thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. I want 2. Giving me 1 stalk is not impossible. The Snake King was also thinking, there are 3 stalks in total. Even if it only gives me 1 stalk, it is still acceptable. Just as the 2 Demon Kings were thinking, why don't we have a talk? A voice rang out. Suddenly, a figure rose from the ground. In just a flash, he was already in between the 2 Monster Kings. The speed of this movement technique was unimaginably fast. His strength was also far above all the bounty hunters so far. He was even stronger than Yi Changqing and the other hidden dragon martial experts. The masked man suddenly attacked. Under the shocked and angry gazes of the 2 Monster Kings, he threw a punch. This punch was wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder as it landed on the Centipede Queen's belly. The Centipede Queen's huge body was actually curled up by this punch. It opened its ferocious mouth and spat out a mouthful of acidic water. Then it spat out blood like a waterfall. Its huge body was twisted and turned in the air. It was involuntarily knocked backward. The Snake King was shocked. For a moment, he was scared witless. This two-legged beast was so powerful and sharp. The two Monster Kings have been fighting for a long time. Not only were they heavily injured, their combat power was also weakened. Even a poisonous liquid and fog were almost exhausted. The opponent's attack was so vicious that it was beyond its limit. How could it dare to fight? It turned and ran. However, in a flash, this person was already in front of the Snake King. He still threw an ordinary punch. With a boom, the Snake King's huge body followed in the footsteps of the Centipede Queen. It flew out and crashed into the Centipede Queen's body. The two Monster Kings screamed as they flew backwards. Their long bodies were almost twisted and tangled together. Boomed out in the void. The two Monster Kings seemed to have crashed into something. There was a slight ripple in the void. Then the two huge bodies bounced back. The masked man's eyes lit up. As expected. Then there was another whistling sound. Thousands of shadows appeared and covered the void. They surrounded the Snake King and the Centipede Queen in the air and attacked violently. To outsiders, it seemed that this person was using extreme speed to attack and kill the two Monster Kings in one move. Boom boom. The two Monster Kings were stunned on the spot. They only felt that their bodies were constantly disjointed. Their vitality was also crazily disappearing. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They were completely unable to resist and were beaten into the dust. The masked man's body also disappeared in the air. It seemed that he had chased them all the way down. This scene caused everyone in the Starlight Mountain Range to jump in fright, whether it was the bounty hunters or the people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Who was this? How could he be so fierce? For a moment, everyone was shocked. At this time, Zhuo suddenly felt that the spiritual restriction of the Snake King and the Centipede Queen had disappeared. He was still a little confused. Halfway through, he came up to feel for a while and found that the restriction had really disappeared. Damn. He had wasted half a day in the tunnel. However, the opportunity was right in front of him. How could he not take advantage of it? He quickly rushed to the cliff. However, just as Zhuo was about to rush over, a huge body fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. So Zhuo jumped in fright and hurriedly turned around to look. Just a few dozen meters behind him, the Centipede King was fiercely smashed onto the ground. Its entire body was covered in wounds, and its smelly blood was like a fountain that sprayed straight into the sky. Its whole body was twitching. The huge centipede head was almost in front of Zhuo. Zhuo was so scared that all the hair on his body stood on end. Damn, is this a trap? He subconsciously wanted to run. But then, there was another boom. The Snake King's body also fell and landed heavily on the Centipede Queen. This crash actually broke the Centipede Queen's body into two from the middle. Flesh, blood, and bones were blurry and mixed into a pile. Faced with such a shocking change, Zhuo was stunned. Chapter 609. Zhuo was shocked. Did Uncle Nin do it again? Otherwise, how could he create such a shocking effect? Taking a closer look, he saw that the Snake King, which was still intact, was now twitching all over. Inside its huge head, its huge body was spurting out a huge amount of blood like the Centipede Queen. Many parts of its body were dented and protruded. It was obvious that it had been disjointed. It's so tragic. It doesn't seem like Uncle Nan did it. A crazy idea came to Zhuo's mind. Could it be that both sides have suffered great losses? If that was the case, it would be a windfall from the sky. Moreover, from the looks of it, not only did both sides suffer great losses, but they were also defeated and killed. In an instant, two huge pies fell from the sky and landed in front of Zhuo. Zhuo was almost knocked out by the two mountains of gold. Looking at the motionless Snake King and the Centipede Queen, Zhuo didn't hesitate to throw over a long sword that he picked up as a spoil of war. Whoosh! The sharp sword went straight into the Snake King's head without any resistance. The Snake King's body was still twitching as before, but there was no other reaction at all. Ha ha ha! Zhuo was overjoyed. He looked around carefully. but there was no one. He looked at the sky, but there was no one there either. God's will. This is God's will. Zwishaoduo directly pulled out two large hammers valiantly and spiritedly. He roared and rushed forward. I, Zwishaoduo, will kill two monster kings today. Waha. Yes, Zwishaoduo really rushed forward. Before his opponent was completely dead, he stabbed the dragon blood flying dagger into the Snake King's belly. It had to be said that this time was completely different from the previous time when he extracted and absorbed the blood essence. The dragon blood flying dagger turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zwishaoduo had already circled around. The sudden appearance of the 9-9 kitty hammer was like a storm, smashing on one of the Snake King's heads and the Centipede Queen's 9 heads. Bang, 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 bang. Thousands of strikes landed on the motionless heads of the two Demon Kings, smashing all 10 heads into smithereens. What peerless Demon King? Didn't I beat him to death? Zwishaoduo put his hands on his hips, looking insufferably arrogant. The two demon monarchs are full of treasures. However, this is not a good time to deal with it. Zwishaoduo thought for a moment and checked a few more times to make sure that the two demon kings were completely dead. With a wave of his hand, he sent the two demon kings into the Tower of Annihilation. It still needed to be processed and could not be placed directly into the spatial ring. If it was placed into the spatial ring, he would not be able to enter it. When he wanted to process it, he would have to take it out and put it into the void-destroying pagoda. It was better to just use the void-destroying pagoda and save himself the trouble. Then, he brazenly smashed the mountain wall with his hammer. Following the direction that Xiao Long had pointed out, they pushed all the way in. The invisible man in the air was speechless. Can you be any more shameless? These two demon monarchs were clearly killed by me. You just smashed the corpses a few times, and you actually thought that you killed them, and then walked away so confidently. If the demon monarchs had not fallen and their chi had not dissipated, do you think that with your little cultivation, you could smash the Snake King's head? Also, you smashed the corpses of the two demon monarchs, and still did it in such a majestic and arrogant manner, putting your hands on your hips and acting like something. You're really awesome. Does your father know that you're so awesome? This person was depressed. He originally wanted to take the two demon monarchs and conveniently take them away. After all, it was still a profit. However, he did not expect that this kid would be so proficient in picking up the corpses. He was so familiar with the process and was so nimble. He had to deal with the traces in the air and try his best not to let others discover that there was a spatial relic here. And this brat took advantage of this gap, brazenly stood out, and smashed the heads of the two damned demon kings a few times with his hammer. Then he took them away. Took them away. Tell me, where are you going to reason with this? Forget it. Anyway, I'm here to protect you. I won't lower myself to the level of kid like you. Then he saw this kid smash the mountain wall with a hammer. Then he was like a large pangolin, digging down without any obstruction. He dug down 300 to 400 meters. And then, as if he had reached a special location, he took out a huge shovel and continued digging. However, the flickering light made that person swallow his saliva uncontrollably. What the fuck? He actually used so much heavenly witchcraft copper to make a shovel. Who is this kid? How could he be so rich? You already have so much heavenly witchcraft copper. Do you still lack the two demon monarchs? Do you know which one is more important? Then he saw this kid shovel hundreds of cubic meters of stuff into his spatial ring. That spatial ring seems to be very big. Although this person was experienced and knowledgeable, he did not think about the Tower of Annihilation. Although he was confident that the soil that Zwishaoduo dug up contained the spiritual herbs that the Centipede Queen had been guarding for so many years. However, there was something that he could not understand. That wasn't this kid a little too accurate? Then he saw Zwishaoduo disguise himself and sneak out of the Centipede Valley, that although he was watching with his own eyes, his divine sense did not detect him at all. Just like that, he walked out of the valley. This kind of operation made this newly arrived expert gasp in amazement. I don't know how this kid was born. He's so sneaky. I heard him talking to himself along the way. Something about both sides dying and being too lucky. Who was he talking to? The more this expert thought about it, the stranger he felt. No matter how you look at it, you shouldn't be so sure, right? He kept this question to himself until 2 hours later. Seeing that the kid thought he was safe, he hid in a tree hole and breathed heavily, muttering to himself, "Sigh, the so-called Tao of luck is still just a matter of chance." Previously, when I was in danger and didn't die, I had Uncle Nan to protect me. Just now, the two monster kings fell in front of me. How can there be so many good things in the world? They must have been killed by the person who protected me. He's really a good person. He didn't even snatch my things. No, I should say that I snatched his things, but he didn't say anything. Smacking his lips, he said regretfully, "Why didn't he take care of that Tiger King too? Let me pick up the leftovers again." Such a ready-made bargain. I wouldn't complain even if there were 8 or 10 times a day. Sigh, Uncle Nan is so soft-hearted. He actually wants to protect the environment. Seriously, Uncle Nan doesn't know how much this tiger skin, bones, and penis are worth. What a waste. This expert's face turned green. This little bastard really knows everything. But it's this kind of act of pretending to be ignorant and deliberately snatching things that's really infuriating. Xiaoduo was now comfortable, satisfied, high-spirited, and overjoyed. In short, he was overjoyed. Out of the 3 spirit herbs, 2 were in his hands. Moreover, he even got the remains of the big, ancient demon. So Xiaoduo felt that this trial was about to end. This game should be about to end, right? I've already taken most of the benefits. What are you waiting for? Could it be that there are other benefits for me? Xiaoduo was quite handsome, but how could things be so simple? Was it going to end just because he had taken enough benefits? How could it be? Now, the entire continent of astral souls was in a state of war. How could it end just like that? Especially as Xiaoduo had been hiding his head. Many people who wanted to deal with him hadn't done anything yet. If they didn't do anything, it meant that there was no evidence. It was just like how the bounty hunters didn't dare to take action against the teachers of the Hidden Dragon High School. They were afraid of leaving behind evidence. If these bounty hunters didn't really make a move against Xiaoduo, their identities were still bounty hunters. At the very least, they weren't bounty hunters targeting Xiaoduo. They could even say that they were here to protect Xiaoduo. They wanted to get on the good side of the Hidden Dragon High School. After all, it was one of the top 3 universities in the continent. It was the best excuse to build a good relationship with him. Now that there was an unexpected discovery, it was even more impossible for this matter to end so easily. As soon as heaven and earth arrived, they immediately reported to the Heavenly King of the Right that there might be a space relic. The Heavenly King was really shocked this time. The location that they chose based on the situation might have a space relic. What kind of luck was this? Think of a way to settle this matter as soon as possible. With the addition of this variable, he had to end the matter of Xiaoduo's bounty in advance. Otherwise, the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance would definitely come and take part in it if the information was leaked out. They had to end this matter as soon as possible and start military control. The Heavenly King had thought of all the follow-up plans. However, things didn't go as planned. There was obviously more than one discerning person here. At that time, there were other people who had discovered the space fluctuation. They had even discovered it earlier than the people from the astral souls. Just as the Heavenly King of the Right put down the phone, his phone started ringing crazily. When he saw the name, he smiled bitterly. "Brother Lei, why did you call me personally?" On the phone, a voice said angrily, "Why are you pretending to be confused? We have to have a share in the joint development of the space relic." Yu Dongtian instantly had a toothache. "It's not confirmed yet. Do you want me to go over and confirm it with you? Or I can go over alone to confirm it. I'm really not sure what kind of relic it is." Yu Dongtian's voice was very cautious. "At the moment, we've only discovered the space fluctuation. I'm really not sure." He suddenly realized, there's actually a spy in the Tao League in the Starlight Mountain Range? Do you want to kill our genius? On the other side, why do you care? Yu Dongtian had a toothache. From the looks of it, The Umno Alliance also knows about it. It seemed that the plan to monopolize it wouldn't work. The person on the other side laughed loudly. Then it settled. The call ended. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead with a headache. There was really no other way. He really couldn't take it. Just as he was feeling depressed, his phone rang again. When he looked at it, he smiled bitterly. After a pause, he picked it up. Boss Hong, congratulations on coming back. Chapter 610. From the other end of the phone came the sound of metal clashing, mixed with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. He directly opened his mouth and spoke. The three continents will develop the ruins together, as usual. Do you have any objections? Yu Dongtian smiled bitterly. There were indeed spies from the Umno Alliance over at the Starlight Mountain Range. He said with a twisted face, "This, we have to discuss with the minister." Hearing the words minister, the flood which suddenly became furious. Just discuss it. Why did you push the Zhua guy? Let me tell you, 2 of your people are in trouble now. Don't force me to start a war. The flood which suddenly became aggressive. Let me ask you, what do you think about developing the ruins? Yu Dongtian's eyes shot out crazy anger, and his breathing became heavy. Who do you think I am? How dare you bully me? Damn you. I'm of the same level as you. He really wanted to shout, "Let's start a war then. I'm not scared of you." But he really couldn't beat this lunatic. And now was not the right time. Yu Dongtian was speechless at the mention of the serious shortage of high-end combat power on his side. No one would have thought that the Great Flood which would come back so early. This unexpected change had suddenly trapped the high-end combat power on their side. If they started a war now, they would lose without a doubt. Boss on you, my father and the minister of the left have been friends for many years. Let's save some face. Right? There's no need to fight for luck. Cough, cough. Yu Dongtian was trying his best. But the flood which directly exploded. Don't mention the Zhua guy to me. The flood which directly roared with a kind of earth-shattering resentment, hysterically angry. If you mention the Zhua guy again, I don't want the ruins anymore. Let's start a war. Yu Dongtian was shocked when he heard this. What? What's wrong? Haven't you always been appreciative of each other? Yu Dongtian's mind raced. Suddenly, he felt a very good feeling. She was a little excited and thought, could it be that, after Uncle Zhua cheated the fire witch, he cheated the flood witch? If that's really the case, then I'm really rejoicing in your misfortune. Wahada Zhua Chonglu's arrangement at that time involved too many people. Other than Wu Taijiang, who happened to be there and knew the reason, no one else knew the inside story. Even An Zhengxian and Yu Dongtian did not know about it. In this regard, Zhua Chonglu really didn't dare to let them know. These guys didn't keep their mouths shut. If word got out, the flood witch's humiliation would be a small matter. His son's life would be in danger. Therefore, Yu Dongtian's current actions were all just guesses. The moment he heard the flood witch's hysterical rage, he became excited. The soul of gossip was burning fiercely. Digging grass. There was an inside story. I miss Kong Kong. Yu Dongtian coughed. His voice was very clear, and he said with a bit of refreshment, Boss Hong, we're old acquaintances. Although you and my father are old rivals, and I'm a generation younger than you, on the battlefield, I've never seen you give me any face. So I can only talk to you on my own. That's why I said that we're of the same generation. Is that wrong? No, right? The flood witch's fierce voice sounded again. If you think so, it's okay. Now I'm talking to you about something serious. What do you want to do by talking nonsense? Speaking of which, what peers? You think too highly of yourself. You owe us too much. Yu Dongtian was stunned. What do I owe you? The flood witch snorted and said blandly, back then, your father and Zhua went to the main hall of the Umno Alliance together and revealed your identity. They said that they couldn't interfere with your growth. Do you know why the 10 great sorcerers never attacked you before you grew up? With our power, isn't it easy to destroy a top genius of the Astral Soul's land? However, it's your father who owes us this favor. It doesn't matter if you don't want to admit it. It has nothing to do with you. Anyway, you've grown up to the point where you can kill Wu Yin without complaint. The flood witch's voice was very bland. Now, you're the king of the right. You've been famous for thousands of years, and your cultivation has reached the same level as mine. Every time Dan Kong fights with you, he's unhappy. Do you know why? With Dan Kong's great Tao of space, killing you back then was just a matter of moving his finger. But he didn't do that. He let you grow up, but now you beat Dan Kong every time you see him. A depressed voice beside the flood which said, "Boss, let's get down to business. Why are you talking about this nonsense?" The flood which turned on the speaker. Obviously, the great sorcerer Dan Kong, next to her, was embarrassed. Great sorcerer Dan Kong was really annoyed at this moment. Boss's words didn't sound wrong at first. She was telling you Dong Tian how much this bastard owed them. He owed them a lot of favors and karma. In short, he owed them a lot. But why do these words sound so wrong to me? What does she mean by beat Dan Kong every time I see him? What nonsense is this? I often beat him, okay? Why does it sound like I'm being trampled on one-sidedly? Great sorcerer Dan Kong felt that his dignity had been damaged by 1,000,000 tons, and it was a critical hit. The flood which held the phone in her hand and turned on the speaker. Her face was cold, but her heart was full of joy. You bastards, which day did you not make me feel uncomfortable? Every day, you mention the matter of my adopted son to disgust me. I'll remind you today, don't think that you don't have a dark history. On this side, you Dong Tian said, I know what you said. Not only did my father never forget this favor, but I also remember it. You Dong Tian was bewildered. Didn't everyone know about these shady dealings and never announce it to the public? Why did she say it out loud today? It made me embarrassed. Then I met the great sorcerer Dan Kong. Cough. It was time to fight or fight. Talking and fighting were two different things. The flood which continued in a cold but fierce voice like gold and iron. Besides, the one surnamed Zhua is not a good son. He came with your shameless father. Not many years after he owed him a favor, he turned his back on him and won Lai Hua's wife. Beside him, Lai Hua's voice was so depressed that he vomited blood. Can you not mention this? Can you not mention this? The flood witch's voice remained unchanged, and Bing Ming. You. There was a pleading voice on the other side. Boss, let's talk about business. Let's talk about business, okay? You Dong Tian suddenly realized that the flood, which was using him as a prop to teach the other great sorcerers a lesson by digging up their dark history. Damn it, I'm the heavenly king of the right road. How dare you use me as a prop? A thought flashed through his mind, and he said casually, now that you mention Uncle Zhua, I remember something. When I called Uncle Zhua a few days ago, Uncle Zhua actually said that he knew you were back. He wanted me to see you and say hello. Zhua Zhonglu had indeed said these words. Puff, puffed, puff. There was a series of strange sounds coming from the other side of the phone. You Dong Tian couldn't help but feel confused. He took the phone away and thought about it. What was this sound? Could it be that someone spat out? Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Was this group of people so easily amused? As the messenger, he didn't even get the point of laughter. The flood which on the other side of the phone took a deep breath, as if she was suppressing the anger in her heart. She said lightly, 1 month later, the relic must be opened. All three parties must be present. Do you have any objections? You Dong Tian thought for a while and said, the relic belongs to all humans. I don't have any objections. But one thing is for sure. 1 month later, it won't work. The time is too short. The flood, which didn't say anything. Of course, he knew that 1 month was not enough. He just wanted to change the topic as soon as possible. In the beginning, the opening of the ancient relic on the Umno Alliance's side was also jointly developed by the three continents. It took 3 months from the discovery to the gathering of the masters from the three continents. Then, they discussed the distribution of the loot and opened the relic. You Dong Tian sighed in his heart. The relic could only be like this. Once the relic was discovered, it must belong to all humans. It must be opened by the joint efforts of the three continents. No one could take it for themselves. No one dared to take it for themselves. The key to this was not for fairness, but for safety. An ancient relic that could be left until now was definitely left behind by an extraordinary master. It could be a powerful master or a powerful force. Who knew what was inside? Take the relic in front of them as an example. If it was left behind by a powerful master of the Wu people, The people from the Astral Souls continent or the Tao League would all die if they went in. And what they obtained after spending a lot of manpower and resources might not be valuable. At least, it would be difficult to directly turn it into usable resources. Furthermore, this relic might not necessarily be left behind by the seniors of the Wu People's Tao League. It could also be left behind by the masters of the Monster Clan, the Demon Clan, or other races. If one party went in alone, the casualties would be a mess. It was almost foreseeable that they would be at a disadvantage. But if the three parties worked together to develop the relic, they would have the convenience of sharing the risk. The thing that you're restrained by may be what we need, and it can be easily solved. Of course, the basis of cooperation was that the three parties were of one mind and worked together to discuss the distribution of the loot in advance. Only then could they talk about cooperative development. And after the development, they would divide the loot equally according to the agreement. It would be a matter of credibility. The sudden appearance of the relic was a huge, unexpected variable. In all fairness, at least for Yu Tian, he was still willing to develop this relic alone. He really wanted to take it for himself, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Today is still the third watch. This plot is very big. Cough. I will think about it tonight. Chapter 611. Yu Tian was well aware of this. Although there was a high chance that this ruin was left behind by an almighty from another race, there was a 70% chance that it was not a ruin left behind by a human powerhouse. Unimaginable sacrifices would be required to develop it alone. However, if one party enjoyed it alone, the benefits would still be extremely considerable. As long as the ruin was divided into different levels of danger, people would be sent to try it out, and batches of human lives would be used to gain experience. Eventually, one party would be able to fully develop it and monopolize it. Although the ruin was extremely risky, it was still a piece of cake for the top forces of continent. Therefore, Yu Tian had this idea from the start. However, it was obviously impossible now. The leader of the Tao League, Taoist Thunder, and the Alliance's the Flood, which had personally called. There was no other choice. The three parties had to work together to open the ruin. However, there were considerable benefits in this way. First, the number of casualties in the Astral Souls continent would plummet due to the opening of the ruin. One must know that the more people who entered the ruin, the more casualties there would be. Therefore, the higher the level of the experts who died, the more it proved that the ruin was valuable. If only a few people entered, it would only prove that the ruin was worthless. This was the common understanding of everyone. As for the alliance of the three parties, no matter what, the consumption of manpower and material resources will be shared equally by the three parties. One more person died on my side than yours. Therefore, the resources obtained in the end should be compensated accordingly. It was not that everyone would go in together, and whoever survived in the end would get to keep it. That was impossible. This was something that had been agreed upon by the Wizard Alliance and the Tao Alliance when they explored a few relics. Since this matter had been settled, the Great Flood which did not hesitate and ordered, "Since that's the case, you will set up a Tianxin group later and pull in those who can still move to discuss what to do. The order must be fair and open. If anyone dares to move before the discussion, don't blame me for being merciless." Yu Tian said, "Of course." Before he could finish, the Flood which interrupted, "I'm talking about those who can contribute now. As for those who can only move their mouths, there's no need to call them over." The Flood Witch's voice hadn't faded away when the sound of coughing came from beside her. Everyone knew who was the one who couldn't move but could only talk, and they also knew why the Flood Witch said that. However, everyone also knew and understood that it would be best if that person did not come. It would be best if that person did not come. It would be even better if he didn't even know. Now, everyone had the strength to kill the two of them with a slap. It was basically effortless, but no one dared to do so. If you killed him like this, it would be equivalent to the intervention of force. Since it was an irresistible force, the result would only be that it had done him a great favor and completed the mortal dust transformation ahead of time. Well, the mortal dust incarnation was just that awesome. Once a certain couple ended their transformation into the mortal dust, the couple would team up to take revenge on the person who killed him. It was called revenge, a life and death feud. When that time came, there would really be no place to reason, because the most likely place to go was the underworld. With that person's nature, if he was given such a good excuse, it was estimated that tens of thousands of miles away would be light punishment. But when he came, you didn't dare to kill him, but he dared to provoke you. Moreover, he provoked you with his mouth and white teeth. He could follow you every day, and every word he said would make you so angry that your lungs would swell and your liver would explode. The so-called sharp tongue was not enough to describe him at all, but you didn't dare to make a move. Think about it. If he pointed at your nose and scolded your mother and your ancestors in front of the whole world, would you make a move? It was wrong to make a move, and that would free him. But if you didn't make a move, you would be scolded at will? How shameless would that be? It would be so hard on you. If you endured it, the whole world would say that you were a coward, and this story of a coward would be popular and echoed by everyone. The name of a coward would definitely not be taken off for the rest of your life. If you couldn't bear it, you could kill him with a slap. Even if you couldn't kill him, you could just touch him a little. When his transformation into the mortal dust ended, he would have an excuse to take revenge and call it washing away the shame of that day. Wouldn't the result be the same? It would even be worse than the previous situation. With that couple's means, there was no doubt that it would come true. Therefore, although the person now had no ability and didn't have any strength, he was really the #1 troublemaker in the world. Not afraid of heaven, not afraid of earth, not afraid of death. In the face of such an opponent, would you be afraid? Yes, such a person, even his companions had to be afraid of, frightened to death. Yu Dongtian's mouth twitched and said, "Okay, I wanted to discuss with Uncle Zhuo to let him play. Now it seems, cough cough, forget it." On the other side, the flood which warned, the 3 relics belonging to the Umno Alliance were jointly developed by all 3 parties, without exception. Don't play petty tricks. Yu Dongtian said angrily. Who's playing petty tricks? Boss Hong, I respect you as a senior, but you can't slander others. The flood which sneered, "What? Do you want to make this matter clear? That minister of yours, what did he do when our Umno Alliance went to the relics last time? Did he cheat others lightly? Did he not take advantage of others?" The heavenly king of the right was speechless. After a long time, he finally said with a red face, "The matter of the elders. It's all in the past, and you still remember it. Where is your magnanimity?" The flood which spat, and her anger surged like a mountain. They were really made from the same mold. First they denied it, and when they couldn't deny it, they simply said it's all in the past and pushed it away. Now they're saying that we're not magnanimous. Yu Dongtian, you're not the other son of that Zhuo, are you? Their personalities are too similar. He said angrily, that time, after exploring the relics of the Umno Alliance, your minister of the left scraped down the entire ground of the relics by 30 meters. How dare you do it? You said that your people had no way of making a living, and your fields were barren, so you used the soil to benefit the common people. You lied to us and said that it was useless, and you only improved the soil. In the end, you used tens of billions of tons of soil to cultivate elixirs, and took advantage of us greatly. How can we not be frightened by such a precedent? This time, I'll make it clear in advance. Everything in the relics, regardless of whether it's flowers or trees, must be divided equally, even the soil inside. This is the bottom line. Yu Dongtian, so ruthless. Even the soil is divided equally. At least, you don't know how many divine weapons and valuable ancient objects we found from the mud. The swimming dragon sword I'm using now was found by Uncle Zhuo in the soil. But how can I tell you this? If you want to divide the soil, fine. As the landlords, we must be responsible for the basic cleanup work. Of course, we could divide the soil equally. But regarding the process of screening what's hidden in the soil, we don't have to inform you in advance, and we have to check it carefully. The Tao League always wants to take advantage of us, but they've only opened one joint relic, and the rest have been monopolized by them. The flood, which was obviously very dissatisfied with this, and said, This time, the Tao League took a small share from the mainland. Yudong Tian said, I'm just a junior, so I don't have the final say. The Flood, which was very stubborn, and said, I'll do it. Let's see who dares to disagree. Yes, it's a deal. I'll rely on the Flood Witch's divine power. The Heavenly King of the Right felt that something was wrong. The Flood Witch's words, I'll do it. Let's see who dares to disagree, was a bit wrong. Boss Hong, you're coming? Yudong Tian blurted out. Why? I can't go. The Flood Witch said coldly. I haven't moved around for a long time. Yudong Tian was a bit dazed. The Flood Witch was coming. Who could resist her? Don't say those words. What you need to do now is to clear the area. If there are any additional accidental injuries, it's all because you didn't prepare well as the landlords, and it has nothing to do with anyone. Yes, that's for sure. At this point, the Flood Witch was about to hang up, and there was nothing else to say. Yudong Tian hurriedly stopped her. You can't hang up. I still have something to talk to you about. Boss Hong, now that we're done talking about business, there are still a few small things that I need your help with. Yudong Tian's attitude was very humble. The Flood Witch obviously didn't expect that her mortal enemy, the Heavenly King of the Right of Astral Souls, would ask her for help. She was immediately interested. What help? Cough, it's like this. I recently received a mission, and I need some local specialties from the Alliance's mainland. Yudong Tian coughed a few times. I hope Boss Flood can help me. The Flood Witch didn't care at all. With your strength, coming to the Alliance's mainland to get some local specialties is like going home. Do you still need my help? No. Yudong Tian smiled bitterly. If Boss Flood doesn't say anything, I won't dare to do anything. Say it. The Flood Witch was very magnanimous. Cough, and I'll say it. Say it. I'll really say it. If you don't say it, then hang up. What are you wasting time for? The Flood Witch was impatient. Isn't it just some local specialties? I'll send someone to send it to you later. Thank you, Boss Hong. Yudong Tian was overjoyed. Actually, it's not much. I only need 1 kilogram of water fire bamboo shoots, 6 space lotuses, 8 isol lotus roots, 10 fire sea abalones, 3 kilograms of hurricane crabs. Yudong Tian was a little embarrassed. Thank you, Boss Hong. Boss Hong is very generous. On the other side, the breathing of several people suddenly became heavy. Blazing Fire, Icy Netherworld, Dan Kong, and the others looked at the Flood, which expressionlessly. They almost gave her a thumbs up. Yudong Tian was right. You're really generous. You actually agreed directly just now. Listen to what the other side said. Is that even human language? If you want to do something, then do it. We don't have it anyway. The Flood Witch's face was also pulled flat. I'll send someone to send it to you later. She had just said this sentence. Her words were still ringing in her ears. But, who would have thought that the local specialties this bastard wanted were these? These are the local specialties you were talking about? You might as well dig at my ancestral grave. Chapter 612. The Flood Witch's rugged face flushed red and then white. It wasn't embarrassment, but anger. Yudong Tian really dared to dig a hole for me. You actually dared to dig a hole for me. I'm afraid you don't know how to spell the word death, right? If I take out these things and these quantities, the others will definitely fight me to the death. Why don't the two families stop fighting and have an internal conflict and kill each other? Hee. Boss Hong, I really need it urgently. Otherwise, I wouldn't have forced you. Yudong Tian's voice was full of sincerity and pleading. I really need it urgently. I'm not lying to you. I'm really doomed if I can't get these. On the other side of the phone, the Flood Witch panted twice and suddenly said, What? Speak louder. Yudong Tian. The Flood Witch. What's the matter? Yudong Tian hurriedly said, What I want is. The Flood Witch. Hello? There's no sound? It's disconnected? The signal is really bad. Fuck. Beep, that the phone was hung up. Yudong Tian looked at the phone in his hand and was dumbfounded. Fuck, you, the world's #1 expert with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually came up with this idea? It was simply that Yudong Tian immediately called back. The number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Fuck. The heavenly king of the right's phone flew to the wall and broke into pieces. He jumped and cursed, "Flood, shameless person, to think that you call yourself the world's #1 expert. How can you go back on your words like this? I fucking look down on you. I look down on you, bastard." No matter how much you Dantian scolded, the flood, which couldn't hear it, because her phone was crushed. "Shameless person, how dare you trick me like this? To think that you are the heavenly king of the right. Have some shame. How can you even say such an exorbitant price?" The flood, which glared at Lai Hua and the others who were snickering at the side, and shouted angrily, "Hurry up and prepare. Do you want me to personally make the arrangements?" Swoosh! The group of senior magi scattered like birds, but over there, the heavenly king of the right cursed and finally calmed down a little. Immediately, he got busy and grabbed the phone to make a call. "Dad, the flood which called just now. It's like this. Nanzhengxian, let me tell you, this is serious. Traces of ruins have been discovered in the Starlight Mountains. Let me tell you, if you don't do it well this time, I will be your scapegoat for nothing. Dongfang, prepare your men. Don't have to be too many. This time, let's see if we can take advantage of them. Shimin, Beigong, Old Ling this time, Lu Clan, Yu Dantian. This time, they were going to send the best craftsmen. This time, if we lose face, I'm Yu Dantian. Get His Majesty on the phone. Something's up." Just like that, he made over 100 calls in one go. After a long while, Yu Dantian finally stopped talking. But after thinking for a while, he still made another call. "Tai Jiang, you still have to come back. The ruins have opened. There might be some special forging materials inside, or something we don't know how to forge. You're the expert here." After the call, he sat in a chair, crossed his long legs, and sighed. "As the heavenly king of the right, I'm really like an old mother. I'm tired." Suddenly remembering that there was someone he hadn't contacted, he immediately called. "I say, you have to show up this time. Remember to bring your wife." "The ruins? You're not going? Why?" "Too lazy to move. Damn it. Let me tell you clearly. Your junior brother is over there now. If you don't go, I've already told Uncles Wa that your junior brother will be under the protection of the two of you. If anything happens to him, it's none of my business. In any case, the people from the Umno Alliance in the Tao League this time are all awesome people. I don't think I have the ability to protect him. If he dies or is crippled, it's up to you." "What? You're going? You're going just because you wanna? You're going just because you want to? I won't allow it." "Beg me? Fuck. I knew you were going to be a coward, you coward." A female voice answered the phone, and Yu Dongtian immediately hung up without another word. The other party called again, and he hung up again. Call again, and he hung up again. The world finally quieted down. He muttered angrily, "If you have the ability, come and fight me yourself. What kind of ability is it to ask your wife to answer the phone? I'm all alone. A single dog has no status. Do I really have to find a partner?" Yu Dongtian felt even more lonely now. It was really uncomfortable to have no one to rely on. When he was scolding others, their wives would always come out and scold him back. He was neither deep nor shallow, and could only passively be lectured, so he could only hang up and not answer the phone. There was really no one around to help him. Sigh. Yu Dongtian sighed sadly, and his gaze became deep. For a long time, in the void, there seemed to be a woman quietly looking at him. "Don't worry, I won't look for her. You." And Xing received a call. This time, the purpose of the call was simple and straightforward, which was to end the farce at the Starlight Mountain Range as soon as possible. However, this situation was still going on. They just needed to chase that kid out to attract attention. As the saying goes, pull one hair and the whole body will be affected. This kid was precisely that one hair that was enough to attract everyone's attention and take everyone away. However, just as the five of them were about to discuss, they realized that that kid had disappeared again. Disappeared again? The five of them almost broke down. Fuck, what the hell was going on? Even though everyone knew that he was still in this area, how could he not be seen? What could they do? Wait, when he appears again, we'll chase him out and throw him out. I'm so angry. You and Xing had to wait for a long time, because Zhuo had started the third compression of the vital core. With the Snake King and the Centipede King's corpses as support, the dragon blood flying dagger could be used to its maximum potential. As the saying goes, a centipede dies but never falls down. Although the two-star beasts were already dead, the essence of their bodies was still there. With the dragon blood flying dagger as the medium, they continuously converted abundant vital core for Zhuo to absorb and digest. This was enough to last for a long time. After 8 hours, Zhuo completed the third compression. So Zhuo, whose strength had improved again, looked around to check his gains so far and the changes inside the Tower of Annihilation. The first thing that caught Zhuo's attention was the 2 spots of yellow light that had been quiet all this time, which were the 2 saber-winged tigers. At this moment, the yellow light changed again. In the blurry light, the shadow of a tiger could be vaguely seen. It was just that its size was very small. The 2 balls of yellow light that wrapped around the 2 saber-winged tigers were only about the size of a 20-kilogram watermelon. Zhuo was worried about this. Would the 2 saber-winged tigers be crushed inside? He did not know when they would come out. After 8 hours of cultivation, the Heart of the Sun had absorbed all the vital core that had accumulated and dissipated during this period of time. The temperature inside was just right, warm and comforting. In the earth vein that Xiao Long had built, there were many spiritual herbs buried one after another. Probably because the earth vein was relatively limited, it could only maintain the status quo and not wither. As for the growth, forget about it. In this regard, Zhuo did not have any good ideas. There was no place to collect the jade powder of astral souls here. The corpses of the Centipede King and the Serpent King lay a little further away, without any signs of life. It had to be said that the quality of the 2 king-level astral beasts was really good. Zhuo had been absorbing the dragon blood flying dagger crazily for 8 hours, but the dragon blood flying dagger was still full and glowing red. On the other hand, the astral beast corpses, whose blood essence was being sucked out, did not lose any color. Zhuo no longer extracted the dragon blood flying dagger's energy. After all, he had just finished suppressing it. Although he had a breakthrough in his cultivation, his whole body still felt uncomfortable, as if it had been cut off and reconnected. This was the delicate moment when the extreme discomfort was just about to turn into relief. How could he not relax? Just as Zhuo was about to relax, he saw the 433 space rings that had been lined up beside the Heart of the Sun. At the same time, he saw the centipede leg that had been roasting for a long time. The moment he looked at it, he immediately felt his stomach, which had not eaten for a long time, acting up and making a rumbling sound. No wonder I kept feeling that something was missing. It's because I'm hungry. Since he wanted to cook, Zhuo shook his hand and took out the cat spirit sword. Today, I'll make a king-level barbecue. Let's have a taste. Zhuo took a step forward. First, he used his energy to protect his hand. Then, he pressed down on the centipede's leg. He still felt that the black hair on the centipede was extremely prickly, but the poisonous blood inside had already flowed out. There was more space for him to cook. With a slash of his sword, the hard outer skin of the centipede's leg was split open by the sword, revealing the white and tender flesh inside. Just one look was enough to make him hungry, especially when he was hungry. Long, come over and see if this meat is poisonous. No, it's not poisonous. It's edible. Once he heard that it was not poisonous, Zhuo felt even more relieved. He carefully picked out pieces of tender flesh, only to find that the inside of the centipede's leg was actually like that of a human's. There were even bones inside. It's different after becoming a spirit. Even a damn centipede has bones. Zhuo clicked his tongue in wonder as he asked Xiao Long, "Is the centipede queen's bone marrow poisonous?" No, it's not poisonous. Except for the poison glands, the rest of the centipede queen's body is basically non-poisonous. The poison is basically concentrated in the epidermis, venomous fangs, and venomous sacs. If that's the case, then it's even better. Zhuo carefully processed the centipede's leg meat. Although there was only one centipede's leg, he still carefully cut out more than 130 pounds of meat essence. The skin was peeled off and thrown to the side. All that was left was a pile of meat and a bone that had been picked clean. He made a big vat of the spiritual water that enchanting gave him and soaked the meat essence in it. Then, he began to process the centipede's bone. Slash by slash, he completely cut the bone and took out the bone marrow. The whole thigh was filled with 2 to 3 pounds of soft bone marrow. So Xiao Duo worked happily. Waha, the cute and obedient Xiao Duo barbecue meat. You deserve it. Chapter 613. Bone marrow. This was the essence of the centipede's body. Naturally, it had to be soaked in a small basin alone. Next, he worked on the joints and the calf. And there was a surprise in the joints. The moment he opened the joints, there was a sparkling light. He couldn't wait to open it. Wow! It was a round bead the size of an egg. It emitted a hazy glow and was very beautiful. One could tell at a glance that it was not an ordinary item. What is this? So Xiao Duo had this advantage. He could ask anything he didn't understand. Xiaolong was really an expert in appraising items. He knew everything. Centipede pearl. Is it useful? I only knew about snake pearls before, but I didn't expect centipedes to be able to produce centipede pearls. It's an eye-opener. This thing is very useful. Xiaolong said, based on this centipede queen's cultivation, this centipede pearl is a first-class good. When ordinary martial artists wear on their body, aside from a few more special mixed poisons, they can basically be considered immune to all poisons. If an ordinary person is bitten by poisonous creatures or insects, rolling this centipede pearl on the wound will remove the poison. It's a miracle. That's really a good thing. So as Xiaoduo's eyes lit up, the so-called very useful is for ordinary people and even ordinary martial artists. Xiaolong's eyes were full of disdain. For high-level martial artists, this thing is almost useless. Oh, the quality of the centipede pearl is also divided into different grades. The pearl inside the centipede's spine is the best. There are such pearls in the neck, the head, and the spine. Generally, there are such pearls in every joint. The pearls I mentioned just now are all much better than the one on the leg. That is a real treasure. It's enough to be immune to all poisons below king level, including king level, especially the one in the head. It's even more precious. Xiaolong said, it's the same for the Snake King. There are similar snake pearls in its head. There are also big pearls in every joint in its body. Looking at the size of the Snake King, the snake pearls in its head are at least the size of a bowl. So Xiao Duo suddenly turned his head and looked at the Snake King and Centipede Queen in his space. His eyes lit up as if he was looking at 2 gold mountains. No, compared to the corpses of these 2 demon kings, what was a mere 2 mountains of gold? Probably because he moved too quickly, he almost twisted his neck. Good thing. It was a real good thing. Not to mention the ones in his head or neck, just the one on his thigh would be priceless if he were to sell it. It would be hard to get even with 10,000 gold. Putting aside the snake pearl on the Snake King, just the centipede alone was enough. This centipede had a total of 9 heads. Wouldn't that mean that it would have 9 large pearls? 9 necks, 9 upper bodies, more than 3,000 legs. I can't. I'm going to die of excitement. That once they were all used, he would definitely become the richest man in the world in the eyes of ordinary people. Without any doubt, the richest man in the world with cash flow. His cash flow alone was enough to crush all the tycoons in the world. For a moment, Xiao Duo was overwhelmed with emotions. If this was a peaceful world, just by finishing this job, his life's dream would be realized. Well, if he gave his wealth to Feng Ling, would he still write books? Damn, he would have found 364 concubines to have fun. So Xiao Duo thought about it and decided not to give it to him. If I gave it to him, he would really castrate me. Then he would go and have fun by himself. I'm still a virgin. No, definitely not. I have to stop. He turned back with drool dripping down. It was time to start the barbecue. He brushed all kinds of ingredients over and over again until they were fragrant. He grabbed some wood and rubbed it into charcoal. He set up an open flame and let the charcoal burn. Then He removed the flame and made a rack to start the barbecue. The only flaw is that Duo rummaged in his spatial ring. Why didn't Principal Yi prepare a few cartons of beer for me? Forget it. I'll drink this. He took out a bottle of 100-year plum blossom liquor. Xiaolong was drooling at the side. It was a pity that it was just a shadow. Even though there was delicious food in front of it, it could not enjoy it. It could only wait. Duo was rarely generous. He casually flicked a drop of luck points. Xiaolong caught it with a somersault. Instantly, it lay down on the side and moaned. Xiaolong had put in a lot of effort along the way. If not for Xiaolong's efforts, he would not have been able to reap such rewards. Since it was a meritorious servant, how could he treat it badly? The aroma filled the air and refreshed the mind. Duo ate heartily with a mouthful of barbecued meat and a sip of wine. This is the life of an immortal, Duo thought in satisfaction. Sigh, I'm still in a state of being hunted. There are so many killers waiting to kill me outside. I'm scared to death. Drink a glass of wine and eat a skewer of meat to calm down. Duo picked up the bone marrow and ate it in 2 bites. He smacked his lips and felt a different kind of fragrance. Good stuff. He took a bite of the meat. The centipede meat was unexpectedly tender. When Duo took the first bite, he almost swallowed his tongue. It's so fragrant, so delicious. Duo thought that it would be a waste if he was the only one who could enjoy such a good thing. He had to think of a way to leave some for Nian Yin, his parents, Teacher Qin Fanyang, Teacher Huan, and so on. There was also Long Yuxing and the others. Good stuff must be shared with everyone. Only then will it be satisfying. Duo thought generously. Such a good thing. I can't forget to ask them to sign an IOU. Except for Nian Yin's parents, Teacher Qin, and Teacher Hu, I don't need to sign an IOU. As for the others, I have to fight them. Such a good delicacy. I can eat it just by signing an IOU. It's so worth it. Teacher 1. Teacher 1. It doesn't matter if you sign an IOU. Duo tilted his head and thought for a long time. Finally, he decided that it was better for Teacher 1 to sign an IOU. After all, he was not as good as Teacher Qin. There was also the old principal's friendship here. He was slightly inferior. He ate as he thought. He thought about how to get people to sign an IOU and how to collect debts in the future. Duo was immersed in it for a long time and couldn't extricate himself. I don't need any process to collect debts from Long Yuxing and the other brats. I just need to hold them down like holding a grasshopper and force them to pay up. Even if Wan Lixio can't do that, she can also threaten them through Long Yuxing and take advantage of the situation. But people like Principal Yi and Teacher would have to pay attention to strategy and tactics when collecting debts. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll be beaten up instead. If I can't collect debts, I'll be beaten up. That would be too embarrassing. But I can turn around and collect debts after my cultivation exceeds theirs. Every dog has its day. There will be a day. But what should I do with Li Chenglong? It's too hard to collect his debt. He already owes me a lot of money. If we calculate according to the ratio of 90% to 13%, the interest will compound. This guy already owes me the entire Wizard Alliance. He roasted, ate, thought, and drank. Unknowingly, he reached out again. Gone. Duo was dumbfounded. That's not right. That's more than 100 pounds of meat. Can I eat that much? I haven't been a rice bucket for a long time. He lowered his head and looked in disbelief. Fuck this ball. Is my stomach? My slender physique? My looks? My demeanor? Duo didn't dare to be negligent. He stood up and practiced a round of hammering. It was fine if he didn't practice hammering. Once he did, the spiritual energy in his body flowed. Suddenly, pong. It was as if a bomb had suddenly exploded in his dantian. All the spiritual energy exploded in an instant. In his stomach, along with the continuous digestion, waves of spiritual energy rushed out crazily and flowed through his meridians at high speed. If his dantian was originally a large lake with a very low topography, then, right now, it was like a torrential rain falling from the sky. Above the hundreds of mountains in the surroundings, countless raging rivers were flowing down that the crazy confluence of spiritual energy poured into this large lake. Zhuo had just suppressed the spiritual energy to about 1/10 of the height. In just an instant, almost 1/3 of the height had been filled up, and the spiritual energy in his stomach was still being digested. It entered his meridians and flowed into his dantian. In his dantian, the vortex spun crazily. After 9 consecutive revolutions, all the spiritual energy that flowed into his dantian quickly turned into thin clouds. Then, it entered his meridians and circulated continuously. In this cycle, a large amount of spiritual energy was produced in his body in a turbulent manner. It flowed rapidly and endlessly, carrying on the past and expanding into the future. The clouds in his dantian were already half full. 2/3, 3/4, 4/5. Zhuo was dumbfounded by this shocking change. It can't be. He had just finished suppressing his spiritual energy, and now he was about to break through again. I don't know why this is happening. Why is this happening? But no matter how puzzled he was, or how much he didn't dare to believe it, the huge change was right in front of him, right now. If he didn't take any action now, his meridians would be filled to the brim. Looking at the copious amount of spiritual energy that was still continuously surging and increasing, if he didn't react in time, his body might explode and he would die. No, it wasn't just might, but he would definitely explode and die. Facing death, Zhuo sat down helplessly. First, he used the icy heart technique, then the flaming sun sutra. He used all his strength and circulated his spiritual energy at high speed. Oh my God! Zhuo was extremely sad about his current situation. Long, why didn't you tell me that I can't eat too much of this centipede meat? Zhuo shouted angrily. Obviously, he wanted to push the blame of this gluttony to Xiaolong. At the side, Xiaolong's eyes were blurry. It was obvious that it was still immersed in the extreme comfort brought by the luck points and could not extricate itself. When it heard this, it only weakly cried out, "Woo, fuck." Zhuo really wanted to punch this crying monster to death. Chapter 614. But now, there was no time, no effort, and no time to care. The spiritual energy was like a tide, surging madly without end. In the distance, it was already connected to the heavens. I'll bet. Aos was Xiaoduo screamed. He was sweating profusely due to the pain. However, he did not dare to be careless. If the barrier of the inner core stage was broken, his cultivation journey would be ruined. At the very least, he would not have the chance to surpass Nianmao. Zhuo couldn't accept this result at all. It was simply worse than being done for. How many times has it been? Ignoring the pain, he directly condensed his true qi and formed a huge hammer in his dantian. Starting from the top, he smashed down fiercely. Smash it once. Oh, smash again. Ah, I'll smash it. I'll smash it. Her voice was long and mellow. Moreover, it was continuous, and endless. Zhuo was still able to think despite being in an extremely difficult situation. For a moment, he even felt a little poetic. So proud. Who are the heroes of the world? Wielding a sledgehammer in his dantian, only masters will Wu Shuang, who hammered again and again. Good poem. Ow. However, before he could even catch his breath, the space above was already filled up once more. Thus, he had no choice but to smash it down once more, again and again. In the end, Zhuo was only left with the thought of continuously smashing down. Right now, he really couldn't care less about the time limit of his cultivation. The violent energy gushing out of his body didn't have to be absorbed from the world through his meridians. Even so, Zhuo's movements were still extremely laborious. If he were to open his mouth now and directly expel the spiritual qi from his body through his true essence, he would be able to alleviate some of the pain. But how could Zhuo be so stingy? It wasn't easy for the true yuan and spiritual qi to enter my stomach. And you want to go out? What a joke. Zhuo kept his mouth shut and held his breath, refusing to let out a single breath. Don't talk about breathing. I won't even fart. His entire face was red from holding it in. Only when he couldn't hold it in any longer would he take a few breaths. However, with each breath, a beam of condensed light green spiritual energy would shoot out of his nostrils and out of his mouth. TSK, TSK, TSK. Swishauduo smacked his lips in heartache. However, every time he smacked his lips, a ball of spiritual energy would rush out. A certain someone's heart ached even more, and he would never smack his lips again. The only thing left in his mind was to crazily compress, crazily swing the hammer, crazily smash, that this time twice, 3 times. 4 times. It wasn't until the 5th time that Xiaoduo felt all the pain in his body go numb. Only then did the surging true qi slowly stop. At this moment, his dantian was still filled to the brim with spiritual qi. Xiaoduo was completely helpless in this situation, but he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Oh my god, Xiaoduo was lying on his back in the Tower of Annihilation. His entire body had turned into mud and collapsed to the ground. At this moment, his exposed skin was covered with blood vessels and meridians that looked like earthworms. They were so red that they were almost transparent. One could almost see the blood flowing in the blood vessels. Yes, more of the spiritual energy was flowing in the meridians. Xiaoduo's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Just a little bit more. Just a boom. Is this the most direct manifestation of the strength of a beast king's flesh? When I was cultivating, I had the dragon blood flying dagger as a buffer, so I didn't touch it directly. That's why I didn't exceed my limit. Based on today's efficiency, Xiaoduo set a rule for himself. Next time, I can only eat 2.5 kilograms at most. I can't eat more than that. The more Xiaoduo thought about it, the more scared he became. What he didn't know was that this Beast King's meat was only effective the first time he ate it. When he ate it the second time, the effect would be greatly reduced. When he ate it the third time, the effect would be even weaker. By the time he ate it 5 or 6 times, the same Beast King's meat would basically have no effect. If eating the Beast King's meat could increase his foundation of true core by so much, given the ability of Elder Nan and the others to hunt, wouldn't it be unimaginable for them? It was like cold medicine. If you took it when you caught a cold, you would recover in 3 or 4 days at most. If you took it again, not only would it have no effect, it would even cause poisoning. It was the same principle. Now, I've suppressed it 8 times so quickly, so Xiaoduo was actually very unhappy about this result and the current situation. Just now, he had only been suppressing it like crazy. He hammered again and again to fight for space. He didn't know how much he had suppressed it. When he felt that he couldn't hit it anymore, he quickly went back and hammered it again. Now, he had unknowingly hammered it 5 times. Including the 3rd time he had just finished, he had already done it 8 times. If his dantian was almost full now, it would probably take less than 2 hours for him to start compressing the true core in his dantian for the 9th time. So Xiaoduo only felt that this situation was really fucked up. He actually had to suppress it 7 times a day. What kind of godly person could do such a thing? Then, it was necessary for him to vent his anger. He took out his sledgehammer, and in the space he aroused his whole body's cultivation and continuously used the sledgehammer to practice the moves. In one breath, he practiced 70 or 80 times until he was completely exhausted and had no strength left to continue. Finally, he and the sledgehammer fell to the ground. Practicing martial arts is really not a job for humans. Xiaoduo muttered to himself. Even though he was complaining, he could clearly feel his own improvement. Before this, when he had compressed it for the 2nd time, he had used all his strength and used the most powerful 1,000 souls hammer. After 7 or 8 times, he would not have much strength left. But this time, he had to do it 70 or 80 times before he was exhausted. This kind of improvement was almost 10 times faster, or even more. In just a few days, my strength has increased. By 10 times? Xiaoduo was at a loss. He couldn't believe it. Is it really so fast? If I go back to school and say this, won't I be admired by everyone? Admired by everyone? Duo imagined himself standing on the stage with a face full of pride. He would say in a reserved and enthusiastic tone, "Actually, you can improve by practicing martial arts. Everyone, you must work hard. For example, my strength has increased by 10 times in a day. So, everything depends on effort. How warm and loud the applause will be." Duo was intoxicated just by thinking about it. He stretched out his arm and looked at it. The bulging meridians and blood vessels gradually disappeared. "I'll rest for a while and continue with the 9th round. This time's mission can come to an end." Duo was still worried that if he encountered an accident outside, he wouldn't be able to compress it in time. If he suddenly broke through, it would inevitably delay his cultivation plan. This guy didn't know that the 9 rounds of compression he had done now were comparable to the 50 or 60 rounds of compression of other people. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He was too insatiable. In addition, if other cultivators of the same level ate more than 50 kilograms of king-level astral beast meat, they would probably explode on the spot and turn into fireworks. After 4 hours, Duo appeared in the forest outside, feeling refreshed. The moment he appeared, he screamed. But he didn't know that Ri, Yu, and Xing, as well as the 2 newcomers, Tian Di, were going crazy outside. Why did he disappear again? And this time, he disappeared for so long. From start to finish, it had already been more than 10 hours. Why didn't he come out? Where'd he go? Was he really still nearby? The Heavenly King called to urge him. The first time. Has it started? Chase that kid out and finish this round as soon as possible. There are more arrangements waiting for you. Then, the Heavenly King answered anxiously. That kid disappeared again. The Heavenly King was speechless on the spot. Because of the previous lesson, he didn't collapse on the spot. After an hour, the Heavenly King called again. Have you found him? The answer, no. He disappeared mysteriously. Just like last time. Then, in the next 8 hours, the Heavenly King called 6 times in a row. The content was the same. Have you found him? Have you found him? Haven't found him? What's going on? The 3 of you. The 5 of you. Sigh. Haven't found him? What are you doing? He disappeared once. Why are you still here? Damn. What's wrong with you? You won't report if I don't call? Have you found him? Haven't found him. The Heavenly King's voice was a little weak. Have you not found him yet? The 5 of them were scared to the point of collapse. Who was this kid? Why was the Heavenly King so anxious? Why did it sound like his nest had been dug up? Little did they know that the Heavenly King was really on the verge of tears. Disappeared again. What kind of explanation was this? What the hell, was this a report? Or not? The biggest problem was, how did he disappear? How did he disappear? How did he suddenly disappear again? Didn't he use Flying Spirit to follow him? How could he disappear? What the hell was going on? How did Uncle Zwa and Aunt Zwa give birth to such a kid? He was simply a little troublemaker. Was he planning to play with him to death? Don't scare me. Come out. Yu Dongtian's eyes were lifeless. Then he swore, I definitely won't use you as bait in the future. If there's a next time, I'll let Dongfang, Shimin, Beigong, and your senior do it personally. I'll hide far away. This is too fucking scary. There was no news for 10 whole hours. On the other side, Yu Dongtian was on the verge of death. He was sure that if he called to report that Xiao Duo had disappeared again, the person who answered the phone would definitely not be Uncle Zwa, but Aunt Zwa. Yu Dongtian was 100% sure about this. Then, he would be stewed into fish soup. He should wait. Wait a little longer. That Yu Dongtian paced back and forth like a lion that had just been locked up in a cage, full of irritation. But there was nothing he could do. He could only go back and forth, letting his irritation escalate. Finally, the phone rang. That kid has been found. Yu Dongtian heaved a sigh of relief and shouted like a thunderbolt. You don't have to report this kind of thing in the future. Don't you know it can scare people to death? Then he slammed the phone down. Was there an end to this? Chapter 615. The Heavenly King of the Right was furious. I'm so angry. One moment he was found, The next moment he disappeared. The next moment he was found again. Are you playing hide and seek with me? You really know how to play? The five of them looked at each other, speechless. Who reported it? Are you being unreasonable? You only found out when you called to ask. How do we report anything? However, who would dare to reason with the heavenly king of the right? That's impossible. The heavenly king of the right is still in a fit of anger. Beating you up would be the lightest punishment. Sending you to the Wizard Alliance as a spy. That would be the real joke. So a Xiaoduo had just come out when he saw a pair of legs, a pair of long legs. It instinctively screamed in fear, and with a whoosh, it was about to jump back. However, this person grabbed his scalp and pulled him over. Don't go. The person who came was the moon of the sun, moon, and star. It was his turn to follow Xiaoduo. He was also very curious about the sudden disappearance of this person. I followed him closely. How did he disappear? There's something strange about this kid. However, there were no abnormal movements nearby, so this kid must still be in this area. At most, it was only a dozen square meters. Even if he disappeared mysteriously, he still couldn't have gone far. The moon simply fell from the sky and squatted on a tree, just like that. I have to figure it out no matter what. How did this kid disappear? Also, how did he suddenly appear again? It's really too strange. If I get scolded by the Heavenly King a few more times, I'll be so ashamed that I'll commit suicide. So Xiaoduo's scalp was grabbed by the person who came, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He said instinctively, "I'm not leaving." Her flustered heart calmed down slightly the moment she heard those words. Yes, he was on the same side. This guy was obviously the one who told him not to run around, and also the one who shaved his leg hair. He had a very unique hobby. Even though it was safe, Xiaoduo still used the yawn contraction divine art to shrink his thing back into his body when he thought of this guy's unique fetish. The moon grabs Xiaoduo's scalp and pulled him out. He frowned and said angrily, "Tell me, how did you disappear?" Xiaoduo, huh? What? The moon said irritably, "How did you disappear?" Xiaoduo's eyes turned, and he said, "Senior, if I'm not wrong, you're here to protect me, right?" The moon said, "Yes." Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, "You see, how did I disappear? It's my biggest secret. If I tell you, what should I say about my life insurance?" You took a deep breath and felt relieved. Interrogating this brat about how he disappeared was just an excuse. As long as he could confirm that this guy disappeared from time to time, not because he was in danger, but because he was in control of himself, that was enough. Now that this guy admitted that his sudden disappearance was his own doing and not caused by external forces, the moon could rest assured. But then, he felt depressed again. You disappeared just like that, and we were all shocked. Even the Heavenly King of the Right was about to go crazy because of you. I was so nervous when I was scolded. I'm so fucking innocent. The moon was speechless. But he didn't know that the person who was the most speechless was not him, but the two people who were about to attend the banquet, especially the Heavenly King of the Right. If he knew that he had sacrificed countless top-grade heavenly treasures and risked the unknown danger of eating the 1 meter higher sky, because this guy had a life-saving method that could disappear at any time, he would be speechless. No matter how high his cultivation was or how calm his temperament was, the Heavenly King of the Right would probably vomit blood. Now you have to go out. The moon frowned. Go out. So Xiaoduo put on a cute expression and said, "But, Uncle, it's dangerous to go out." Moon almost spat out blood. "They came here to hunt you down. So why are you hiding like this?" So Xiaoduo argued, "What are you saying? They came to kill me, and they are so strong. Can't I just hide? Do I have to go out and let them kill me? Don't you have us to protect you? Those people outside are nothing to be afraid of. But what if something happens? What if?" The moon almost vomited blood. "We have 5 masters. We can even fight against the Grand Magus. We're all used to protect you. What if something happens?" So Xiaoduo looked at him suspiciously and muttered, "It's my life that's used as bait, not yours. Of course, you're not worried, but I'm worried." The moon was furious. "How afraid of death are you? This time, as long as it's done well, there's a great chance that we can solve all the problems of the Hidden Dragonheim Martial School in one go. The moon said in a deep voice, such a heaven-sent opportunity. All the enemies are gathered here, but because you keep hiding, many of the target families haven't made a move yet. As long as their people don't make a move, they have room to maneuver. They can even say that they're here to protect you. If that's the case, the Hidden Dragon High Martial School can only continue to be aggrieved like before. Why have they been so aggrieved for so many years? They clearly have targets, but they don't make a move? It's because there's too much involved in this. Today, a few families have made a move. What's surprising is that even the people of the UMNO Alliance have made a move. This is the biggest gain. As long as they show up, we can catch them all in one go. You have to know that this plan is an unprecedented big move. The royal family, the military, the government, and even a few old families have joined forces. This is an extremely delicate moment of reshuffling. If you miss this opportunity, who knows when you'll have to wait for such an opportunity again. The moon said solemnly, as the person involved, taking a little risk is completely worth it. In fact, you can rest assured that the 5 of us will protect you. The others are not weaker than me. If the 5 of us join forces, even Minister Nin won't be a match for us. What are you afraid of? The moon gritted her teeth. Of course, Zhuo wasn't afraid. Since he was sure that the person who set the trap had sent people to protect him, he didn't have the slightest bit of fear. He just wanted to get more benefits out of habit. After this matter is over, there should be a reward based on merit, right? As the person directly involved, I still took such a big risk. My life is in danger. Zhuo put on a naive expression and bit his finger. You finally understood that the reason why this brat said so much was because he wanted to get some benefits. For a moment, she couldn't help but feel angry and amused. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. You have 2 choices. Either you go out by yourself, or I throw you out. All right, there are 2 more choices. You bring out the 2 demon kings from Chief Nan. The military, the country, and the government will each give you a medal. 3 supreme medals of honor. How about that? The moon was bragging a little. 3 supreme medals of honor were not within the scope of his authority to promise. However, he knew that this kid in front of him was a money grubber. He was definitely the kind of money grubber who would rather die than give up his wealth. He said that on purpose. 3 supreme medals of honor? What's the use of that? So Xiao Duo shook his head like a rattle drum. That won't do. What's the use of that? I won't do it. The moon secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I knew this kid wouldn't agree. If you agree, where am I going to get those 3 medals for you? I really can't get them. Then it's easy. The moon rubbed his wrist. Are you going out by yourself? Or do I throw you out? Xiao Duo, have always been righteous, wise, and brave. For the motherland and the people, I am willing to give up everything. I will not give up my responsibility and will not turn back. Even if there are many risks and infinite dangers, I will go forward bravely and never turn back. So what Xiao Duo said with a face full of righteousness. I will go out by myself. Ha! Zhua Xiaoduo's expression was solemn and courageous as he strode out. Of course, even if he was not courageous and did not walk out, there would be a foot behind him that would kick him out. When a person has only one choice and no other choice, he will not turn back and go forward bravely. Zhua Xiaoduo's quote. Looking at Zhua Xiaoduo's solemn look, as if the wind was blowing and the water was cold, as if he was a warrior who would not return, in that fierce and impassioned atmosphere, the moon could not help but praise him in his heart. This kid was quite responsible. Coupled with his extraordinary appearance, he was really eye-catching. Then this kid walked through the no-man's land with an attitude of going forward, even if there were thousands of people in front of him. The moment he saw a figure in front of him, he slipped into the grass. In an instant, he disappeared. He disappeared again. Yes, he disappeared again. Damn, the moon blurted out. Damn you. So Xiao Duo walked valiantly for dozens of miles, shaking his arms, his heart boiling. My cultivation has improved greatly. If I meet an assassin, I can smash him to death with my hammer. Who can fight me? I, Xiao Duo, am the most handsome kid in the Starry Mountains. What assassin? Can he block my hammer? Hearing the noise in front of him, 5 people were carefully searching for him. Duo immediately stopped moving forward. Xiao Long reported, "There is one god-reigning realm and 4 cloud realm cultivators ahead." Duo did not say anything and slipped away without hesitation. A real hero can be soft and hard. A real man can advance and retreat. A real man can be flexible. A good man can be flexible. A good man can adapt to circumstances. Duo's latest quote, spiritual guidance. The 5 people were searching when they suddenly heard a sound in front of them. The god-reigning realm cultivator reacted the fastest. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a shiny bald head. Duo. He shouted in a low voice, full of joy. He was about to retreat, but he was already discouraged. After all, there were too many experts, especially with so many monster kings there, that he did not expect to find a treasure like Duo at this juncture. It was really a case of searching high and low only to find it by chance. As the saying goes, where there is a will, there is a way. Go. Chapter 6:16. The 5 of them dashed toward the bushes at full speed. Before they reached the bushes, hundreds of hidden weapons had already shrouded the area with a radius of dozens of meters. Instantly, killing intent filled the air. In the sky, a gust of wind swooped down into the bushes after seeing that there was no one around. Bang, 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 bang. Hurry up and find out which family they belong to. If they are bounty hunters, kill them or recruit them. Okay. Duo ran for more than 20 miles. He was surprised and confused by the current situation. Why didn't the 5 of them chase after him? Did they stop after shooting a round of hidden weapons? What kind of observation skills were these? He had already shown his true form, and the bald guy was leading the way. It was such an obvious hint, but they still didn't chase after him. However, after sensing carefully, he couldn't help but be shocked. They really didn't chase after me? Duo asked himself. If he were in their shoes, he would have broken his legs and chased after them with all his might. However, the 5 of them didn't do anything. How can they be called bounty hunters if they are so insensitive to wealth? Duo touched his big bald head. The short stubble that had just grown out was a little prickly. You want to get rich with trash like you. At this moment, Moon's voice came into his ears. Stop wasting time. The 5 of them have been taken care of. The only thing you need to do now is to go out and attract more targets. Oh, it seemed that he was wrong. Duo was anxious about his intelligence. But could it be done this way? With his thought, Duo suddenly felt very confident. He felt that his safety level was instantly boosted. However, he couldn't be reckless. He had to develop himself in a wretched manner. Only then would he be safe and sound. Duo understood this very well. Many descendants of big shots had too many people protecting them. However, as long as an accident happened, it was inevitable that they would be killed. This kind of thing was common in novels. It was simply everywhere. Duo knew that he wasn't the son of a big shot. Although he was protected by experts, it was because he was a bait and couldn't be eaten as soon as possible. Cough. Maybe he was the son of a big shot, but the big shot hadn't recovered yet. He muttered in his heart, I want to be the 2nd generation of a salted fish waiting for death. When will you guys recover? Therefore, safety was the most important thing in life, and one could not afford to be careless. Along the way, Duo encountered 2 more groups of bounty hunters. However, the strength of these 2 groups was not that great. Duo could handle them by himself. Spirit Cat Sword Kill. With a few more swipes, he obtained another 6 spatial rings. A ring, a total of them. Awesome. But as they walked forward, Duo couldn't help but click his tongue. The Starlight Mountain Range was very big. This was common knowledge. Since it was a mountain range, there would naturally be more than 3 to 5 mountains. In such a large area, even if there were tens of thousands of bounty hunters, once they spread out, they should be scattered. However, Duo had only walked for about 70 to 80 miles, but he had already encountered 7 waves of people. Most of the 7 waves of people were in groups of 3 to 5, but there were also lone travelers. Zhuo dealt with 3 waves by himself. The rest were dealt with by Ri, Yu, and Xing. This bait function was quite efficient. Ri, Yu, and Xing were also helpless about the situation. If possible, they would be happy to see Zhuo go through the danger alone. They would only help him when he was on the brink of death. That would be the best effect. It would benefit others and themselves. It would also be the best for them to search for evidence. However, the most important thing now was not to take the risk. They couldn't take the risk. If they were careless and this kid's life was taken away, even if they killed everyone here, they wouldn't be able to save him. This possibility was not zero, but very big, especially after heaven and earth brought the attitude of the heavenly king of the right, Ri, Yu, and Xing didn't dare to let Zhuo go alone. This brat, you can say that he's afraid of death, but sometimes he's extremely daring. He even dared to take advantage of the battle between the 3 monster kings. If that was all, it would be fine. The situation was still under control. However, he also had a sneaking technique. It was a special method that was beyond the range of their divine senses. They would lose him if they weren't careful. This was the most likely source of accidents. What if he disappeared again and got killed when he wanted to do something? That would be too painful. Thinking about this result, they all broke out in cold sweat. However, they couldn't directly tell Zhuo to stop using that weird technique. They had to be able to see and follow him at all times. Firstly, it would be too embarrassing. Secondly, based on their understanding of Zhuo, he wouldn't listen at all. Yes, this kid was so fucked up. He was so fucked up that in a forest, more than 10 people were having a secret meeting. What should we do? These people were from the Wu and Gao families of Fenghai. At this very moment, these 10-plus people all had conflicted expressions on their faces. Their faces were filled with melancholy. The current situation was completely different from what they had guessed earlier. It was no exaggeration to say that these people were the most uncomfortable and at a loss of what to do among the many people gathered in the Starlight Mountain Range this time. Others might be selfish and came for the reward. This group of people should be the absolute majority. There were at least tens of thousands of them. However, this group of people was also the purest. They only had one goal, which was to kill Zhuo. There were also people from other forces lurking in Water City First High School. There were even people from the Hidden Dragon High School. Their goal was also clear, to protect Zhuo. This group of people's goal was also very simple. The third group of people had another mission, to kill Zhuo. In comparison, this group of people had only one goal. Although their killing intent didn't come from their hearts, it could still be considered pure. Only the Wu clan and the Gao clan were completely muddle-headed. And it wasn't just one person who had this kind of mentality. Everyone was just as muddle-headed. Because until now, they still hadn't figured out the real intention of their families. The men had been sent out, but the clan had only given the order to observe and wait for further orders. What was worse was that the other orders had yet to come. These people were at a loss of what to do. The helplessness in their minds was indescribable and indescribable. This was really fucked up. Then why did you ask us to come out? To travel at public expense? Even if it was a public expense, couldn't you find a less dangerous place? This place was dangerous at all times, and people could die. In fact, regarding the issue of whether to kill Zhuo or not only in the Starlight Mountain Range, but also in Fenghai's Wu and Gao families' old residences. It was extremely messy. This matter had divided everyone in the 2 families into 2 completely opposing factions. They argued and argued fiercely with each other, and it was difficult to come to a conclusion. One group was the direct relatives of the descendants killed by Zhuo. The other group was not. It had to be said that Zhuo was quite lucky. The 3 people he killed were all direct descendants of the Fenghai's Gao and Wu families. They were the geniuses of their families. However, if one thought about it, it would be understandable. If he wasn't a direct descendant, how could he be fully cultivated by his family and stand out among all the younger generations to be qualified to participate in the Central Plains Longhu ranking competition? However, It was also because of this that the level of argument kept escalating, and it was unusually fierce. On one side was the person in power, and his words were undoubtedly very important. On the other side, there were many people, many collateral relatives, or those who were not valued and were suppressed by the direct descendants, gathered together and started to fight in a way that was close to abdicating. The most fundamental reason for this situation was that all the young disciples in the family were standing on the side with more people. Among them, there was no lack of direct descendants and direct descendants. The two groups of people quarreled fiercely. Gao Xiaoer and the others from the Gao family, Wu Qing and Wu Yi from the Wu family, after discovering the king of Hell Palace's bounty and the unusual movements of their families, simply went home and resolutely expressed their opposition to killing Zhuo Xiaoduo. The higher-ups of the families moved because of this and quarreled fiercely. The younger generation quarreled fiercely like a raging fire. Zhuo Xiaoduo killed Yun Tian, so he must die? This was originally the established policy that we had set before Zhuo Xiaoduo came to Fenghai. Now is the best time to go with the flow and take advantage of the situation. Why are you going back on your words at the last minute? Are you not letting down the spirit of the deceased in heaven? How can our Wu family bear the consequences of Zhuo Xiaoduo's death? Do you think that the Hidden Dragon High School will let go of the murderer who killed Zhuo Xiaoduo? The initiators will be dealt with one by one. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall in the world. Can the Wu family resist the large-scale counterattack of the Hidden Dragon High School? Fenghai alone is naturally not enough. However, the Wu family's ancestral home in Shangjing has already sent news that we have to send people to kill Zhuo Xiaoduo. As long as we complete the task, Fenghai can return to Shangjing's genealogy. This is the wish that the Wu family has been working hard for generations. How can we not do our best? How can we succeed if we are afraid of the slightest thing? Haha, forgive me for being blunt. Our family has been separated for so long and has not been tied to Shangjing for a long time. But so what? Did he not have enough food to eat? Why do we have to use this method to return to the family? Do you think that when the Hidden Dragon High School sends a punitive force to punish us, will Shangjing take the thunder for us? To be more thorough, the so-called instructions from the Shangjing family obviously want to take action, but they don't want to get themselves into trouble. That's why they want us to take action. I don't believe that you can't see through this. You're just deceiving yourself and deceiving yourself. How can you say that? If you want to return to Shangjing, you have to pay a price and do something. How can you go back? Chapter 617. Another person scoffed. You only think about returning. Why don't you think about the consequences? This matter can be said to be the ancestral home's inspection of us. But it's not like they're not looking for a scapegoat. When the truth is out, they only need to deny it and say that we did it on our own. They won't suffer any losses, but we will be faced with a disaster. You're exaggerating. What's so serious? Let's not talk about the hidden dragon martial artists seeking revenge. Just based on the fact that Xiaoduo cultivates the southern chief's flaming sun scripture, how can their relationship be shallow? Can our Fenghai's Wu family withstand a slap from the southern chief? Let's not talk about our family. Even the Wu family in Shangjing can withstand the southern chief. If they could, why wouldn't they make a move? Don't tell me we won't take revenge for Yun Tian. Just let go like this. Times have changed, and there are priorities. Is the life of a junior worth risking our entire Wu family's lives for? If Wu Yun Tian was alive, he was a genius with a limitless future. The family has the obligation to stand up for him. But he's already dead, and he died on the stage of the Dragon and Tiger ranking competition. Do we really have to break the rules and risk the entire family for a dead person? Wu Laosan, what do you mean? Yun Tian's death. How can it be so light in your mouth? So Yun Tian isn't your biological son, is he? Even if he's my biological son, I have to consider the safety of the family. I definitely won't allow such a risk. Fenghai's Wu family is the result of dozens of generations of hard work. It definitely can't be destroyed because of this. Bullshit. Wu Laosan, I think you're just gloating. Don't you feel pain in your heart when you spout such nonsense? It doesn't hurt at all. Why should I? The situation is clear now. I'm just speaking the truth. How many times have I, Wu Lao San, risked my life for the family? If it wasn't for the family's overall situation, don't bite randomly just because your son died. Silence. The Wu family's patriarch, Wu Yuntian's grandfather, had a conflicted and depressed expression. He was also dizzy from the quarreling of dozens of juniors, and it was hard for him to make a decision. From an emotional point of view, he was more inclined to kill Zhou Xiaoduo to avenge his grandson. However, from a rational point of view, he felt that it was impossible. Even the Wu clan of Shangjing didn't make a move. Instead, they ordered their own clan to make a move. Anyone who thought deeper would be able to see how great the risk was. Although the hatred in his heart was churning, his normal rationality was also constantly on alert. That kind of feeling of being able to draw the blade of the enemy's blade to his heart's content, and that kind of feeling of having a clear mind. That kind of feeling constantly clashed with the mentality of being mature and prudent and seeking stability. What time? Family head Wu's face was gloomy as he said, "The Shangjing clan isn't just asking us to do this. They want to see our attitude. Shangjing will also send people, but they are very cautious and won't leave any evidence behind." The second point is the question of whether or not to take revenge. If the family did not do anything about the death of a member of the family, then what kind of impact would it have on the long-term development of the family? In other words, if any of you died outside, then do you want the family to take revenge for you? Or do you want to raise it up high and let it fall gently? This matter concerns the cohesion of the family. It's not just a matter of justice. Everyone was silent. Family head Wu's complexion changed. After a while, he opened his mouth again and said, "The third point is the concern. If we kill Zhou Xiaoduo, it won't implicate the Wu clan, and there won't be any future troubles. That's naturally the best. Especially now, the underground world is making a move. If we take advantage of the situation and fish in the water, we might not be exposed. However," he emphasized, "once we are exposed, the Wu clan will be gone. Whether or not we can take the risk, we still need to consider it carefully. The above points don't conflict with each other, because every matter would have its own considerations. The family has done this kind of thing many times. However, this time, it involves the southern chief, so we have to be cautious. The family has to develop, reproduce, and strengthen. A certain degree of risk is necessary, but it is also necessary to act prudently. When both sides can't take care of each other, we can only choose one side. This is a choice about the survival of the Wu clan." After saying this, family head Wu's face seemed to have aged a little. After all, in his heart, the most important thing was to kill Zhou Xiaoduo. However, he could not consider the survival of the entire family. The higher-ups of the Wu clan were still in a collective silence. No one spoke for a long time. Those who advocated revenge were thinking about the consequences with a heavy face. Those who advocated calmness were also thinking about the cohesion of the family. This question was deeply rooted in everyone's heart. If they died, or if their son died, would the family step in? Would they step in? Would it be revenge? Or would it be the big picture? If they didn't do anything, would the whole family be disappointed? Would it? Everyone was well aware of the answer. Of course, it was a definite answer. However, it was still difficult to choose. Wu Yuntian's father sat on the side with a face full of vicissitudes. After his son's death, the originally handsome middle-aged man's hair had turned white, covering his temples. His face was gloomy, and he still sat there without saying a word. However, the gloominess on his body infected the others. Many people couldn't help but think, if Wu Yuntian was their son, what would they think, what would they do, and what would they choose? Let's hear what the younger generation has to say. The younger generation was called in. Among the top geniuses in the family, there were at least 5 or 6 people who were studying at the Hidden Dragon High School. What do you think about targeting Zhou Xiaoduo? In the Wu clan, Wu Tai, the eldest of the younger generation, expressed his opinion. "I don't agree with killing Zhou Xiaoduo." Behind him, Wu Qing and Wu Yi said, "We don't agree either." The other youths hesitated for a moment and said, "We also feel that we shouldn't target Zhuo." Wu Yuntian's father looked at the younger generation of the family sadly. His gaze fell on Wu Yunhai. Looking at his nephew, the middle-aged man asked in a hoarse voice, "Yunhai, what do you think?" "Me?" Wu Yunhai was stunned. If he could, he wanted to be invisible and not say a word. However, the eyes of the entire Wu clan were focused on his face. This made Wu Yunhai feel a great pressure. He quickly organized his words and said slowly, "Uncle, I think we can look at this matter from two perspectives. First, when Zhuo first came to Fenghai, the elders of the family ordered us to befriend Zhuo. At that time, we really wanted to befriend Zhuo, including Wu Qing, Wu Yi, and all of us in the Hidden Dragon High School. That was how we carried out our orders. At the beginning, it was very difficult for us to convince ourselves to let go of the hatred in our hearts and accept a genius with a normal heart. However, when we had already established a relationship with him, we were told that the family's true intention was to kill him. For us, this was another trial. We understood the family's plan, and we also understood the family's considerations, but in terms of our feelings, it was still very difficult for us to accept." Wu Yunhai raised his head and said, "We are not people who would give up everything for brotherly feelings, but at this stage, I personally feel that it is not appropriate to kill Zhuo. The assassination in the Starlight Mountain Range has already attracted the attention of the Empire's higher-ups. According to our calculations, the number of bounty hunters has already exceeded 10,000, and this is only limited to our calculations. The actual number of people who have come will only be greater. It is too many, and it will definitely trigger the Empire's higher-ups' vigilance." This was what Wu Yunhai said. The Wu clan collectively fell silent. Wu Yuntian's father let out a long sigh. The head of the Wu clan also let out a long sigh. Wu Yunhai thought for a while, then said, "Actually, I feel that uncle and grandfather and all the elders, when considering this matter, perhaps they are a little one-sided and have taken things for granted." "What do you mean?" "In my opinion, the problem now is not whether we kill Zhuo, but whether we participate in this matter or not." Wu Yunhai said, "Based on the current situation, the entire underground world is dedicated to hunting down Zhuo, and just this level alone. Forgive me for being blunt. The possibility of the Wu clan successfully killing Zhuo is infinitely close to zero." These words caused everyone to feel ashamed. But they could not deny that this sentence was true, and it could not be any more true. Wu Yuntian's father's eyes secretly lit up, and he said, "I have an idea." "What idea?" "We can order the people over there to continue to bide their time." If Zhuo is really seriously injured and we meet him, or if he's captured by us, by that time, it won't be too late to discuss how to deal with him. Everyone was deep in thought. This was the best way to deal with all kinds of changes by sticking to the status quo, and it was also the best way to deal with the situation. The head of the Wu clan said, "Yes, it's decided for now. We won't make a decision yet." After that, he stood up, clasped his hands behind his back, and slowly walked out. When he passed by his son, he stopped, shook his head slightly, and walked out. Down in the Gao clan, the argument was just as intense. But compared to the Wu clan, the Gao clan had reached a consensus in the end. The elders were still arguing, but when it was time for the younger generation to speak, the situation was completely different. Gao Qiao took the initiative to stand up, and she clearly expressed her opposition. "I object to killing Zhuo, and I object to participating in the bounty on Zhuo. We will follow the clan's initial instructions and deliberately get close to Zhuo and make friends with him." These words were exactly the same as what Wu Yunhai had said. However, the words that followed were completely different. Chapter 618. Gao Qiao's voice was crisp but deep. She said, "I've been in contact with Zhuo for a while now. Although it hasn't been a long time, I have to say that this kid's personality is very likable. His despicable personality and the way he conducts himself without hiding his intentions make it hard for people to dislike him. When I'm in contact with this person, I often feel angry and amused at the same time. I have the urge to beat him up, but I can't bear to kill him. This is probably one of his characteristics. The second thing is, Zhuo, besides being an absolute genius, has a deep foundation that no one can compare with. His temperament and perseverance are even more outstanding. Once he grows up, he will definitely be one of the giants of his generation. Based on this point alone, it's worth investing in him for a long time, and we don't have to worry about the investment going down the drain. As long as he's alive, there will be returns. It's better to be friends than enemies. Moreover, he has the support of Chief Nan, many of the principals and higher-ups of the Hidden Dragon High School, and many teachers of the high school. For example, Principal Gu of Watertown No. 1 Middle School is this person's real connections. At least in my opinion, it won't be easy for him to die even if he wants to. If we have a good relationship with Zhuo, we don't have to worry about the threat of these forces at all. But on the other hand, once we make a move, no matter whether we succeed or fail, we will have to pay the risk of the destruction of our entire family. Speaking of this, Gao Qiao paused. Her eyes were shining. She took a deep breath and finally continued. What I'm going to say next is the future of the family. The greatest future. It's still about Zhuo. What I've said above about Zhuo are all things that can be seen in front of us. It's just a prediction of the gains and losses and the consequences of this reward. But Gao Qiao emphasized, if we look at it from a long-term perspective, based on Zhuo's level of genius, as long as he makes a little progress, he will definitely become the co-leader of this batch of Hidden Dragon High School students, as well as the students of the previous batch who are currently in grade 2. These words caused everyone to raise their heads abruptly. Their eyes were burning. This was a direction that no one had considered before. And such a leader, no matter if it's in the pugilistic world, in the business world, in the political world, or even at the front lines, there's no need for us to explain how important he is. Even if they don't take special care of us, fighting side by side and making contributions together is also an intangible benefit. Think about it. When these two batches of students obey his orders on the battlefield, obey his orders in the business world, support his decisions in politics, and support the people he supports. In this kind of high martial arts school, especially the genius graduates from the 3 key high schools, as long as they don't die, every one of them will become the leaders of their respective clans in the future. This is an extremely huge circle of interests. And now, with Zhuo, Li Qinglong, Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing, and the support of Meng Zhongjun and the others, this circle of interest can be confirmed from now on. As long as Zhuo doesn't die, he will definitely become a giant with him as the core in the future. He will gradually grow, stabilize, and take shape. What's more, she emphasized, when that time comes, this circle of interest will definitely have a characteristic of being resolutely exclusive. I don't need to explain the reasons behind this. I believe the elders will naturally understand. The elders of the Gao family nodded slowly. Even Gao Yinner and Gao Pinger's father frowned and nodded slowly. Gao Qiao. Er's thoughts were unusually clear, and she spoke eloquently. Right now, we're even starting to worry that we won't be able to squeeze into this circle and get on this fast train. That's why when we received the order from our clans, we only wanted to make friends at first. But now we're working hard, trying to break into this circle and become established members of this circle. Many people are rejecting us and competing with us because we're not in Class 1. We're not Zhuo's natural team. Every time we come into contact with Zhuo, there will always be people from Class 1 who will come to interrupt us. It's always like this. How can it be unintentional and accidental? Perhaps the current students of Class 1 don't understand their own mentality because of their lack of experience. They can't recognize the huge benefits involved in this. They don't know how much of the cake one more person will take. But for those of us who have been educated about the interests of our clans for many years, we've long understood the reason behind this. This is a kind of mentality. They've already recognized Zhuo as the absolute core. They've already accepted him wholeheartedly and are afraid that others will come and take a share of the cake. It's an instinctive rejection before they realize the gains and losses. That's why our contact has been sabotaged intentionally or unintentionally. But when they grow up a little more, they'll understand the reason we understand now. They'll become completely exclusive. When that time comes, needles won't be able to pierce through and water won't be able to pour in. Any plans will be too late when that time comes. Now, if you want to enter this circle, you only need to pay with sincerity and friendship. The price can be said to be cheap. But if you want to enter this circle in the future, I'm afraid you'll have to put your life on the line. Countless people's lives will be sacrificed in front of them in order to open up a gap in their hearts. Even so, it may not be useful. Let's not talk about other things. Take Li Chenglong, who follows Zhuo Xiaoduo blindly, as an example. Li Chenglong is a person who is resourceful, knowledgeable, and clever. If Zhuo Xiaoduo wasn't in Hidden Dragon, Li Chenglong would be another #1 genius, the absolute core. But such a person is willing to be Zhuo Xiaoduo's henchman. The reason behind this is extremely terrifying when you think about it carefully. We often joke that Zhuo Xiaoduo actually brought a hairdryer with him when he came to martial arts. However, no one can deny that the value of this hairdryer is unimaginably high. At the very least, it's a leader-level hairdryer. Gao Qiao said a lot in one breath. Her pretty face was a little red. She stopped to catch her breath and said, "Now, we have to keep working hard, keep in touch, keep trying to invest, and even reminds with Xiaoduo of the plan to betray our ancestral home. Only then can we have a slight possibility of entering this circle." But this is only a possibility. He didn't accept it. The way Li Chenglong looks at the Gao family is always deep and unpredictable. I've said so much, and I believe that the elders should understand that Li Chenglong's influence on Zhuo Xiaoduo is huge. It's not something that can be swayed by ordinary people. If at this delicate moment, we have to deal with Zhuo Xiaoduo instead, let's not talk about the consequences of killing him. Even if he doesn't die and comes back alive, with this kind of thing happening, with our current age and experience, we definitely can't face and interact with him like we did when we invested in Zhuo Xiaoduo. In our hearts, whether it's guilt or guilt, it will make our relationship become indifferent again. And that's the same as cutting ourselves out of this circle. It's easy to leave such a circle, but if we want to enter again, it's impossible. At least in my opinion, this is the biggest loss for the family. Speaking of which, if we kill Zhuo Xiaoduo and get revenge, and our whole family is wiped out, we don't have to consider so many things and we don't have to worry about paying the price. Gao Qiao said, whether it's selfish, public, or from the standpoint of the family, or even from the perspective of the future, we can't do anything about Zhuo Xiaoduo. Not only can we not do anything, but we also have to do our best to rescue him. It's best if a few people die because of this. Gao Qiao took a deep breath and continued talking like a machine gun. Let's do it this way. If someone of the younger generation can enter this circle, we have to hand over a ticket to get out. If we can enter because of this, we'll have a considerable advantage. After all, there was a blood feud between the two sides. Not only did we not take revenge, we didn't hit him when he was down. Instead, many people died trying to rescue him. This is repaying evil with good. Whether it's practical or not, Zhuo Xiaoduo has to be grateful. No matter how heartless Zhuo Xiaoduo is, he knows in his heart that he once killed people from our family. And we didn't take revenge on him. We don't ask for much in return. As long as he thinks this way, in the future, our side will deviate more than others. This is human nature. Generally, people who can become the core of this kind of group have such charisma. And with such a charismatic personality, there is no one who didn't value friendship. Even if it's just on the surface, in order to convince people, he has to act like this. And for us, having such an attitude is enough. It's worth the price of a ticket. This is our biggest advantage. I'm a girl. When I get married in the future, I'll no longer be a member of the Gao family. But now, for the sake of the family, I have to say whatever I want to say, whatever I can think of. After all, the Gao family is my root. It's the one I can rely on. Gao Qiao, stood there, frowning. After thinking for a while, she finally said, "To sum it up, this bounty on Zhuo is indeed a great opportunity for the Gao family. It's a chance for us to rise. But the strategy we have to adopt is to rescue, not to kill. As for the ancestral home, there's no need to consider. In fact, because of this, they'll have to pay a heavy price. It's hard to say who will be the rightful heir of the Gao family in the future." I've said what I wanted to say. It had to be said that Gao Qiao's words made the entire senior management of the Gao family fall into deep thought. She was only an 18-year-old girl, but her foresight was so profound that it moved everyone's heart and soul. This was a true strategist. This was the true consideration of the family. All the young men's eyes were filled with admiration. The head of the Gao family, who was the grandfather of Gao Yin'er, who was killed by Zhuo, was the one who was most insistent on killing Zhuo. After hearing Gao Qiao's words, the hatred on his face faded and was replaced by a serious expression of contemplation. The few of you are also in the Hidden Dragon Academy. Do you think that Qiao's evaluation of Zhuo is exaggerated? Chapter 619. The other Hidden Dragon High School disciples lowered their heads and pondered, recalling everything related to Zhuo. Finally, they nodded affirmatively. What Xiao said is completely true. Even a little underestimation. Not to mention anything else, just this time, Zhuo could attract such an earth-shattering bounty. It's already evident. A Gao disciple laughed self-deprecatingly. I'm now in the 3rd year of the Hidden Dragon High School. But if there's a bounty on me, I reckon, it won't even be worth 1,000th of the bounty on Zhuo. All the youths laughed bitterly. Yes, it's worth money. This is also the value. Master Gao fell into deep thought again. After a long time, he sighed deeply. Today, Qiao really made me look at you in a new light. The Gao family head pondered for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "But there's one thing you need to consider, and that is, if you want to gain the friendship and reward of such a dragon among men, you'll have to face a path of carnage. If you're on your own and don't ask for too much, you can expect a lifetime of peace. But this kind of person, this kind of core person, will definitely soar into the sky with the wind and clouds in the future. He will definitely not be willing to be ordinary, and it's even more impossible for him to be content with a little wealth. And in the process of soaring into the sky, there will definitely be countless wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Most likely, the core person will be fine, but his followers will definitely be covered in corpses along the way. You've also read novels, so you naturally understand a principle early on, and that is basically all the main characters have the destiny of being a jinx. Among the people around him, there won't be many who can walk through the wind and rain with him. If you want to walk this path, you have to be prepared. You don't know when your own corpses will pave the way for him. This is the real path of wind and clouds. Gao Qiao smiled sweetly and said, "Grandpa, we also have a heart that's unwilling to be ordinary." Master Gao's gloomy face finally revealed a trace of smile. He turned his head and looked at Gao Yin'er and Gao Pinger's biological father. His eyes revealed a look of regret. What do you think? Gao Yu closed his eyes, the veins on his face, and he was in extreme pain. But he held on, gritted his teeth, and said, "Xiao, makes sense. I have no objections." Everyone looked at his face and couldn't help but feel sad. Their beautiful twin daughters had died in the hands of someone else, but the family was still trying their best to help this person that, as a father, everyone could imagine how sorrowful it was. However, there was nothing he could do about it. There was no other choice. Pass down my order to the people we've sent out. If anything happens, they are to protect Zhuo at all costs. Patriarch Gao's veins were bulging as he gave the order. Even if we have to all die, we must ensure that Zhuo is safe and sound. Emotionally, he really didn't want to give this order, but logically, this was the right thing to do. Yes, many people's expressions relaxed. I hope that everyone will remember. Patriarch Gao said helplessly. As the victim's family, Gao Yu made the biggest concession and sacrifice in this matter. I'm not speaking up for my son. This matter, everyone can see it. Rest assured, Patriarch, we will remember it in our hearts. That's it. Patriarch Gao sighed. You come with me. The rest of you, adjourn. That night, the lights in the Gao residence were dim. In the study, Patriarch Gao and Gao Yu sat facing each other and didn't speak for a long time. Finally, Patriarch Gao broke the silence. What happened today? It's still hard for you to accept, right? Gao Yu didn't say anything. He just turned his head to the side with his red eyes. I know you're not feeling good, but I'm not feeling good either. Gao Panyun's gloomy face became even more depressed. If you go back, you won't be able to explain to Yin and Ping Er's mother. If I go back, I won't be able to explain to your mother either. It's the responsibility of a father and an ancestor to avenge his daughter and granddaughter. However, we have no choice but to do this now. Gao Panyun sighed heavily. Gao Yu sniffed. His face was gloomy and his voice was dull, but there was a hint of relief in it. Thinking back, Yin and Ping were too spoiled back then. Their willful and domineering ways in the past often appear in front of me. It's probably because in today's society, the so-called privilege of beautiful women really gives those beautiful girls an illusion. They can get everything they want by acting coquettishly, and the crisis of life and death can be resolved immediately by saying soft words. It's reasonable for them to be at a disadvantage when they suddenly encountered a straight man like Duo. Gao Yu's face twisted. I know what's at stake. I also understand that even if they were lucky enough to survive that incident with Duo in the future, in the martial world and on the battlefield, this kind of thing is unavoidable. Sigh. Money can't buy anything. It's indeed a wise saying. For so many years, there were many boys born in the Gao family. Naturally, the girls were even rarer and more spoiled. I really don't have much experience in educating girls. Gao Panyun sighed. Each one of them was spoiled as they grew up, unlike the boys. No matter how cute and talented they are, they still learn martial arts from a young age. At this point, the small talk was over and it came to an end. There had to be an opening remark for the father and son's late-night talk. At this point in time, the future direction of the family is basically set. If Duo dies midway, it can't be changed. Once you enter the circle that Xiao mentioned, there's no way out. You'll be labeled. Gao Panyun's face became cold and solemn. He stood up and paced back and forth in the study with his hands behind his back. What's more, after this incident, you'll completely cut off any hope of returning to the ancestral line of the Gao family. From then on, there's only one path to take. Do you understand what I mean? Yes. Gao Yu's expression was pained. It's good that you understand. So, you're destined not to be the next head of the Gao family because you have a grudge against Duo for killing your daughter. Gao Panyun practically used up all the strength in his body to say this sentence. Gao Yu's face was wooden. I understand. When Gao Xiao stood up and convinced everyone in the Gao family with her words, Gao Yu realized this very clearly. I'll give up my current position as head of the family after the situation stabilizes. Gao Panyun looked out the window with his hands behind his back. The moon was bright and the wind was clear outside. The bright moon was clear and bright. I'm your father, Yin-er's grandfather. The hatred in my heart is no less than yours. I've also raised Yin-er and Ping-er since they were young. Even if Duo doesn't care, we have to be careful. Since we've decided to stand by his side, we have to be careful at all times. We can't keep this thorn in our ally's heart forever. Since we're going to walk this path, we might as well take one more step and pave the path under our feet first. From now on, the position of head of the family. Gao Yu frowned and asked, I think Gao Xiao will do. Gao Panyun said in a low voice. Gao Yu was shocked. Gao Xiao, she's the second branch. After today's meeting, the current Gao family will no longer have two branches. There's only the future of the Gao family to speak of. Gao Panyun said in a deep voice, you have to always remember that if a family wants to develop, pass on, and last for generations, The most important factor is the sacrifice and compromise between the family members. Yes, although Gao Xiao is a girl, her decisiveness surpasses that of a man. With her breadth of mind and strategy, her future is very promising. Instead of marrying into someone else's family, it's better for such a daughter to stay in the Gao family for a long time. As long as the Gao family gives her the highest authority and the greatest kindness, she'll naturally be able to stay. Gao Panyun said indifferently, so, yes, of course, the younger generation of the family must also be equipped with good assistance. Gao Yu frowned. Father, master, don't you want Xiao to climb on his Xiao's bed? Gao Panyun frowned and thought for a long time without saying anything. Obviously, Gao Panyun didn't think of this at first. Instead, Gao Yu's words enlightened him and gave him a new idea. After a long time, he said, that bed isn't easy to climb. She might as well not harbor such thoughts. If Xiaoduo wants to climb on its Xiao's bed, of course, everyone will be happy to see it happen. But if Xiao wants to climb onto that bed herself, it'll be even more difficult. There'll be thousands of obstacles. If she's not careful, the Gao family will become the target of public criticism. Not fighting is fighting. It's the right time to use it. You must remember this point. The Gao family must stay far away from that bed. If you get it, you'll be happy. If you don't, you won't feel any disappointment. This is a brilliant way to handle things. Gao Panyun said indifferently, our Gao family, compared to many other families, has a shallow foundation. If we act rashly, we'll make enemies out of thin air. Once we provoke an unparalleled enemy, we'll be destroyed in a day. Understood. That's all for later. Right now, I asked you to come because I want you to do one thing. Between us, father and son, we must first work through our own thoughts. This is the helplessness of the head of a family, the head of a clan. Gao Panyun smiled bitterly. I'll go with you to your place now and explain to your wife. With me, I think you'll feel better. He sighed, but after a while, I'll be the only one left to deal with your mother. Sigh. The father and son were speechless. The moonlight was like water shining on their faces. There was some relief, some sadness, and some pain. Looking at his father's bent back, the last trace of resentment in Gao Yu's heart finally dissipated. He knew what kind of person his father was. For the sake of the family, he could disregard everything and give up everything. For the sake of the Gao family's longevity, Gao Panyun could sacrifice anyone. Now, the time had finally come. When he had to sacrifice himself for the Gao family, he was still the same, without hesitation. Chapter 620. Gao Yu looked at his father and sighed inwardly. Although you said you wanted the younger generation to get in touch with Xiaoduo first to dispel his wariness, did you really not have such thoughts? Were you planning for today's situation? What if Xiaoduo turn out to be a peerless genius? Gao Yu kept these thoughts in his heart, but did not say them out loud. He knew his father would not say them out loud. This guess would forever remain a guess. Therefore, he would not ask. That's Starlight Mountains. The Gao family and the Wu family received a call at the same time. The two leaders who answered the call turned around and walked a few steps away. They found a safe area and spoke secretly. A moment later, the two of them turned around, but their expressions were different. Brother Wu, what did your family say? Brother Gao, what did your family say? Ha. The two of them laughed at each other. However, it was easy to tell that the Wu family smile was bitter, while the Gao family smile was relaxed. The Wu clan member's mind was filled with confusion. The clan had given a new order, but this order to wait and see was really better off not coming at all. It was no different from not saying anything at all. The Gao family member was also a perceptive person. He instantly understood what was going on. Looking at the Wu family member's stuttering and bitter face, he knew it was nothing good. But this had nothing to do with them. They had given the most thorough and clear instructions. They had to follow the instructions and work together. The Gao family member smiled and saluted with a fist salute. Brother Wu, we'll part ways here. I'll take my leave first. Go ahead, Brother Gao. Brother Wu's face was bitter as he watched the Gao family member leave with 7 or 8 people. He could not help but sigh. At this moment, he understood that the other party must have received clear instructions. The family had also made a clear decision. This time, they left directly with their people. The parting of the two families was a clear signal. It was also because of their past relationship that the other party gave him such an obvious hint. We'll part ways here. I'll take my leave first. Those words, if one thought about it carefully, were infinitely meaningful. Perhaps the next time they met, they would fight to the death because of Zhuo Xiaoduo. But with today's words, no one owes me anything. Instead, I owe someone. Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared and disappeared all the way. When there were a lot of people, he would definitely not appear. And when there were a lot of people, he would probably not appear when facing a team with more than 6 people. He would only appear when there were less than 6 people in a team. Meanwhile, Tian Di, Sun Di, Moon Xing, and Sun Di were right behind him, quietly clearing the way. As long as they dared to make a move, he would kill them without mercy, capture them and interrogate them to find out where they came from. If they were pure bounty hunters, seal their cultivation and throw them aside. They would take them with them when they left. The front lines of the Sun-Moon Pass were currently lacking in suicide squads. If these people were to be trained to become a suicide squad, they would be making the best use of their talents. At the very least, they would be reusing trash. The more Zhuo Xiao duo drilled out, the denser the assassins he encountered, and he was increasingly shocked by the strength of Tian Di, Sun Di, Moon Xing, and Sun Di. This shock was because the strength of these 5 people was too strong. They were so strong that it was beyond his understanding. They were too strong. But it was also because of this that Zhuo Xiaoduo became bolder and bolder. He dared to face the opponents that he originally wanted to avoid. However, this was something that Tian Di and the others were happy to see. To them, everyone who was gathered here was trash. They were all trash that could not withstand a single blow. Their attacks were like killing a chicken with a butcher's knife. There was really no need to be too careful. It was more important to push forward at full speed and end this situation as soon as possible. They were the 5 generals personally trained by Monarch Zhai Xing, the 5 personal guards of the Heavenly King of the Right. Finally, Tian Di's voice sounded in Moon's ears. The assassins of the Wei family in Shangjing have been caught. She immediately replied, Are there still people from his family? She replied, They are all in single contact. Then let's continue. The most important thing this time is not those big families, but the people of the UMNO Alliance. Finding the person who set this trap for the UMNO Alliance is the most important thing. Only then will this situation be meaningful. Understood. Things are progressing smoothly. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to tiptoe. There was nothing wrong with being careful. It was naturally a good thing to have a strong backer. But if he showed off too much, if he was ambushed and the 5 people behind him couldn't save him in time, wouldn't he be dead? So it was better to be careful when it was necessary. At the edge of an ironwood forest, Zhuo Xiaoduo had just poked his head out. On the mountain in front of him, for people soared up like vultures and flew down. The 4 of them joined forces, and their power was astonishing. The 2 sides hadn't met yet, and their attacks were far from reaching him. So Xiaoduo already felt out of breath and hurriedly ran back. But he still felt like his back had been hit by a battering ram, and his whole body was thrown back like an ingot. Behind him, Yu rushed out. His face was covered, and he blocked all the follow-up attacks. The aftershock from the previous attack was intentional, and he let it hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's back firmly. This attack was not fatal, but it was enough to let this kid know that there were countless experts in this world. In the eyes of a real expert, it was just a joke. Otherwise, you would feel suffocated when he saw that this kid was becoming more and more like a sightseeing tour. Although this was the situation that they were most happy to see, the 4 people in this wave of attack were all experts in the truest sense of the word, experts. Therefore, even though Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation had increased tenfold, he still couldn't withstand a single aftershock. However, Yu was 1 against 4, and his body was as agile as the wind. In an instant, The four of them were at a disadvantage. But these four people's reactions were lightning fast. They responded with both attack and defense, and were not taken down by you immediately. But the difference in their actual strength was like heaven and earth. Underused tyrannical attack. The four of them were all shocked, and they all used their trump cards to resist stubbornly. The Morning Blade, Chain Hammer, Ghost Head Spike, Poison Tooth Whip, and many other strange weapons were all used. The wind whistled, and dust filled the sky. Their power increased tremendously. Yu's eyes shone brightly. He had found one. These four people were the four people who had intercepted and killed Vice Principal Liu back then. This was really a case of searching high and low for something and finding it without any effort. They were one of the main targets of this plan. All of a sudden, Yu spread open her hands, and a hazy and clear radiance appeared. A clear and cold crescent moon appeared above Yu's head. The light was boundless, and it illuminated the universe. The four people were shocked. The five Supremes on the right. Supremacy Yu. Suddenly, they screamed and retreated. This is a misunderstanding. Their expressions were full of fear and shock. There is no misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Supremacy Yu attacked aggressively, and the crescent moon blade in his hand moved back and forth. The cold light of the blade came in waves, like the moonlight shining on the waves of the sea, endless. The four people staggered and tried their best to resist, but they could not. They were no match to begin with, and after knowing the identity of the other party, they were even more unwilling to continue fighting. They kept looking around to see which direction they could escape to. Escaping as soon as possible was the most important thing. But with this distraction, they fell into an absolute disadvantage. Bang, 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 the three people were kicked one after another. And at the same time, the light of the crescent moon blade swept past their thighs, and after a chill, their blood was boiling. The three people's legs had been cut off by the crescent moon blade. Another person screamed and turned into a rainbow, rushing out. Yu ignored him and attacked like the wind. He dislocated the shoulders of the three injured people, opened their jaws, pulled out their tendons, crushed their dantian, sealed their meridians, and applied medicine on their thighs. The whole set of actions was done smoothly and smoothly. The person who had escaped had just rushed out 200 meters, and a vast starry sky appeared in front of him. Supremacy Yu. This person's voice was stuck in his throat, and his eyes were full of despair. Two of the five most powerful supremacies under the heavenly king of the right actually came this time. This person was so aggrieved that he almost shed tears. How big is this? Why do I have to trouble you two supremacies? Don't you think too highly of us? Now that I've been caught, I can't hide what happened back then anymore. With a look of despair, the moment his body was sent flying, he bit down with his teeth. Crack. What he bit was a steel-like big hand. Supremacy, you put one hand in his mouth, and with a clever twist, the lower jaw fell off at once. He laughed sinisterly. If I can make you commit suicide in a one-on-one fight, wouldn't that be the biggest joke? Don't I have my pride? Similarly, he crushed his dantian, searched his meridians, sealed his brain, broke his shoulder. This series of processes was very familiar. Then, he picked that person up. It was the four of you who tried to kill Vice Principal Liu at the Sun Moon Pass, right? Who are these people? We're not in a hurry. Let's play slowly. The four of you, please hold on for a while longer. Don't confess so quickly. I like to play with good men the most in my life. Remember to hold on for a few more postures. Let me have fun. With a sinister laugh, he threw the four people together. They were brothers, so they had to be neat and tidy. Now, none of the four brothers were missing. None of them could be missing. Where's that kid? He ran away. Ran away. It's okay. Sun followed him. That's good. One is scorching sun, and the other is Sunday. They are a match made in heaven. Haha. How many have we caught? With these four people, almost 300. Damn, that's still early. We've caught more than 20 of the Alliance's assassins. I don't know if we can get anything out of them. 2 of the targets have been completed. When all the targets appear, we'll escort them back directly and end this farce in the Starry Mountains. It's impossible to catch all of them. There are too many people. There must be a trade-off. Understood. Where's heaven and earth? In front. These two people look more nervous than the three of us. When Xiaoduo came out, he looked around and found that the surroundings were very familiar. It was a scene of devastation and destruction everywhere. This is the Snake Valley. Chapter 621. Xiaoduo had been fleeing in a panic and had actually run all the way to the Snake Valley. However, what surprised Xiaoduo the most was that, after running for a while, the burning pain in his chest and the internal injuries in his body seemed to have healed. Besides the great improvement in his cultivation, his physical fitness and self-healing had also improved. This was not bad. At this time, the two people who had been flying all the way here were facing off against Xiaoduo. In the Snake Valley, there were many cold attribute spirit plants. There were also countless types of poisonous snakes, which were of great benefit to practitioners who practiced the dark attribute cultivation method. Previously, the Snake Valley was guarded by the Snake King and was a place of great danger. However, the self-detonation of the Snake King by the fifth snake venerated god reigning realm caused considerable damage to the Snake King and also caused the entire Snake Valley to be heavily damaged. It almost completely collapsed and no longer looked the same. The two people opposite Xiaoduo were two of the three ghosts of Yellow Spring, Hanged Ghost and Drowned Ghost. They practiced the underworld attribute techniques. Although the other ghost, Hungry Ghost, had fallen at the hands of the Centipede Queen and they left helplessly, not even daring to collect the corpse. Their hearts were full of sorrow, but they still had to live, so they wandered around the Starry Mountains. Although they did not find Xiaoduo, they accidentally found the devastated Snake Valley, which had a lot of things they needed. The two brothers had plundered this place ruthlessly, and their strength was quite good. They had almost beaten up all the poisonous snakes in the Snake Valley. It could be said that they had gained a lot and returned with a full load. If Xiaoduo wasn't included, they would definitely be the first to receive a share of the profits from this single vote. However, the two brothers did not expect that just as they came out, they would meet a big treasure, Xiaoduo. Hanged Ghost's eyes were shining, and his face was full of surprise. They had gained a lot in the Snake Valley and thought that their luck had turned from bad to good. Now that they had bumped into Xiaoduo, how could they not be overjoyed? When Xiaoduo saw that it was the two of them, he immediately screamed and ran away. Even though his strength had greatly improved, he was still no match for two god-reigning cultivators at the same time. That bounty! Where do you think you're going? The two ghosts of Hades and Spring caught up in an instant. The Drowned Ghost was the first to notice and reacted the fastest. He activated his movement skill and rushed forward. His body flashed, and he was already above Xiaoduo. His face was full of excitement. His right hand, like a ghost claw, grabbed at the air. Awesome! That's great. With this grab, spiritual energy transformed into a blade, and with a kacha, it surrounded everything. Then, without landing on the ground, he grabbed his head and flew away. There was no need to slow down. Boss was at the back, carrying Xiaoduo's corpse while he was at it. Then, the two brothers could immediately retreat and collect their rewards. Indeed, there was a saying in a poem, "Those who are blessed need not worry, for a windfall from the sky will naturally come to them." The wind howled, and the might of this grab was fully displayed. It actually produced a sonic boom. But what happened next made the Drowned Ghost's face turn even paler than the real Drowned Ghost. In front of him was Xiaoduo's head. He dared to say that he was 100% sure that he would be able to grab it. That was why he used all his strength. But at the last moment when he grabbed Xiaoduo's scalp, the bald head in front of him suddenly disappeared. In its place was a strange object with thin, sharp spikes all around it that flickered with a dim yellow light. It was round like a sun, and it was radiating light. It was a cold, eerie light. The Drowned Ghost clawed viciously at the spikes of the sun ring. Puff! The sharp spikes effortlessly pierced through his palm that was filled with true yuan without any hindrance. They pierced through flesh and bone. The spikes protruded from the back of his hand. It was a supreme-grade divine weapon that could ignore spiritual energy defense. A pair of gloomy eyes looked into the drowned ghost's eyes. The sun spun slightly, and the person asked indifferently, "Does it feel good?" "Ouch!" The drowned ghost screamed, but because of this injury, he instantly understood the identity of the other party. He screamed miserably and fearfully, "Re. Lord Re." Lord Re was furious. He grabbed the drowned ghost and slapped him until his meridians were all broken. "You motherfucker. You can fuck me once, but you still dare to fuck me." He casually dislocated the drowned ghost's lower jaw. The drowned ghost's strength was not bad. Although he was still far from being Lord Re's opponent, he would not be defeated so miserably in one move. It was really because Lord Re had chosen the right time to enter the battle. The moment the drowned ghost was about to grab Xiaoduo, he felt that he was about to succeed. Just as he was feeling complacent, Lord Re suddenly intervened and caught him off guard. He was like a snake that passed by in front of him, aiming for his vital point. The drowned ghost's cultivation was not as good as the person's. His speed was not as good as the person's, and coupled with his carelessness, he was naturally crippled. On the other side, Hanged Ghost, who had also seen this scene, was almost scared out of his wits. He desperately tried to stop the momentum of rushing forward. However, he was in midair and had just rushed forward at full speed. Even though he tried his best to stop, the momentum of rushing forward was hard to stop that he screamed, "Lord Re, we did not mean to offend you, we." Lord Re did not seem to hear him. The sun wheel that had just crippled one of the drowned ghost's hands suddenly flew over. As it rotated, it emitted thousands of rays of golden light. The abundant and irresistible power instantly enveloped Hanged Ghost. "Since you are a ghost, don't come to the human world," Lord Re shouted coldly. His body had already turned into dozens of shadows, surrounding Hanged Ghost. Pung, pung, pung. The two exchanged 7 to 8 moves in midair. It was only the time of 2 blinks of an eye. Hanged Ghost spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out like a broken sack. His back slammed heavily into a tree and bounced back to fall to the ground. His body was dripping with blood, constantly flowing out. His legs had already been cut off by the sun wheel. At his dantian, there was a clear and eye-catching palm print. His thick and deep royal god cultivation had already been slapped away. With Lord Re's cultivation, if he really wanted to kill him, how would he need to use 7 to 8 moves? The reason he'd spent so much effort was to capture him alive. Hanged Ghost's lower jaw hung limply by his mouth. His mouth was wide open and could not be closed. Lying on the ground, his eyes looked at the sky in despair. For some reason, he suddenly thought of the day when the 3 brothers had become sworn brothers. That day, it was drizzling and apricot flowers were dancing. The fragrance overflowed and refreshed the heart. The 3 of them were excited and knelt down at the same time. "The 3 of us have become sworn brothers. From now on, we will share weal and woe and rely on each other in life and death. We do not wish to be born in the same year, same month, and same day. We wish to die in the same year, same month, and same day." The oath that day, for some reason, had become exceptionally clear today, hundreds of years later. It was as if the 3 of them had gathered together again and recited this oath. He, Hanged Ghost, made meaningless sounds from his throat, as if he wanted to laugh at himself, but failed to do so. All these years, the faces of the people that the 3 of them had casually killed seemed to have gathered together at this moment and rushed towards him. He, Hanged Ghost, laughed coldly, wanting to say a few harsh words to show that he was not afraid. "Ha!" A slap landed on his face. "Want to die? Is this the final radiance of the setting sun? You haven't said anything and you want to die so easily? Let me tell you, there is no such thing in this world. I spent so much effort to capture you. Do you think I will allow you to die so easily?" Saying so, a pill was already stuffed in a drowned ghost's mouth. Hanged Ghost closed his eyes, completely disheartened. Closing his eyes was the only action he could do right now. After Lord Ree finished dealing with Hang Ghost, he turned around and grabbed Drowned Ghost's body. However, he felt that something was wrong. Taking a closer look, the ring on Drowned Man's left ring finger was gone. Fuck, this little bastard. Lord Ree turned around in rage, only to discover that Zhuo had already disappeared without a trace. Fuck, he even dares to steal my spoils of war. Lord Ree had a headache. This brat was clearly fearless. Relying on the fact that he did not dare to do anything to him, he was getting more and more unscrupulous. Now he had already started to climb all over his face, even daring to steal the interspatial ring. I'm so angry. So Xiaoduo ran all the way, hurriedly walking, and another ring came into his hand. Now, the number of interspatial rings that I have seized has already risen to 488. This number is really encouraging. Hee. Looks like there is still hope of collecting 500. So Xiaoduo was very happy in his heart. He did not touch any of the interspatial rings that he had obtained. He was waiting to go back and slowly tidy them up bit by bit. Regarding the sorting of the interspatial rings, isn't there Li Chenglong? Let Swollen clean them up for me, tidy them up and sort them out, then I'll keep them in the warehouse. As long as I can deduct a fraction of his debt as service fee, Swollen will definitely be overjoyed. Zhua Xiaoduo's range of activity was getting bigger and bigger now. After all, he had 5 invincible super bodyguards. His safety was definitely not an issue. After a series of encounters, although the upper limit of the 5 strength was still beyond his knowledge, but from the results of their battle with the 2 Huangquan demons, their strength was really ridiculously high. It was enough to crush all the people and forces in the Starlight Mountain range. After confirming this situation, Xiaoduo could not help but become more and more unrestrained. Facing 6 people at once, the kind with high cultivation. Then I'll retreat and the bodyguard will take over. He'll kill while I'll pick them up. I can probably steal 2 rings. Just now, there are only 2 enemies, so I can only take 1 at most. As for returning the rings to Ri Yuxing and the rest, Xiaoduo had never thought of this idea. I picked them up with my own ability, so why should I return them? Moreover, you didn't make it clear that I was not allowed to pick up things in advance. Xiaoduo, have always been a reasonable person, not an unreasonable person. With this thought in mind, Xiaoduo, who had gained more and more, was in a better mood. But at the same time, the pressure in his heart was also increasing little by little. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.